There we go. There we go. Hello, everybody. I hope we're doing great today. I hope we're having good days. Today, we're going to do a little bit of the kerbals. I don't think this is going to be a particularly long stream, not as long as some of the others I've done, because I got to get ready. I'm traveling for business this week, which also means, unfortunately, I usually like to tease or throw out the possibility that I could do a pop-up on Tuesday night. Definitely not this week because I will be traveling, and I tried doing that with my laptop last time I was in on a longer business trip, and it just really didn't work out. So definitely no pop-up this week, but I will be streaming next week, normal times, everything. What is it? Christmas won't stop me, and so probably expect at least a Monday. Or, sorry, not a Monday, a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday stream next week, and then I'll probably take a day off for Christmas. Even though I have the day off, I'll probably just spend all day cooking. So yeah, let's get going. We're gonna rescue finish rescuing kerbals today. I think we have several coming home, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and rebuild those landers I made, or at least their interplanetary stages, because 25 minutes to get out there is insane. And I think what I'm going to do is just kick a couple missions. So I'm going to kick a couple more fuel barges to Jewel, and a couple more, just a couple more fuel barges out to Jewel is I think what I'm going to do. And I'll kick some landers with intermediate stages with them. That seems to be the smartest way to do this. That seems to be the reasonable way to do it. So that's what we're going to do. And I'm just going to leave those giant ships that I made that take 25-minute burns in orbit. I don't know what I'm going to do with those yet. Some of those may be going to Moho. So let's get going on it, because we need to see where everybody is. We need to build those new ships really quickly. Get them launched. Hopefully way quicker than we did last time. It took 2 hours to launch those dumb things last time. And then there's going to be a lot of re-entering today. And hopefully maybe we'll see some landers get out to Jewel, and we can put them in an orbit around Craft with their perspective, where they need to be dropped off, along with fuel. Okay. So that's the Val edition. That's Bop edition. We have a year and 211 days till we have our next burn. Where is my... So these are the rescue rockets that I'm just going to abandon. Where is my Elu mission? Still 4 years out for that Elu mission fuel depot. So those kerbals are going to be out there for a while. I think that's it right there. So we got plenty of time. So let's go ahead and really quickly pop back in. I want to edit some rockets, and I want to get some stuff properly built to actually head to Jewel and help those kerbals, rather than whatever I did last time, which was make rockets way too big that take way too long to get places. So we're going to edit some stuff first. I'm basically going to pull a ton of weight out of these things. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this open. We're going to see, did I even hit save on this guy? Okay, let's go ahead and load this guy. I hate this thing so much. All right. We're gonna delete fairing. I mean, it's impressive that I got all this to work, but I just spent most of a stream trying to launch something that didn't need to be this big, didn't need to be this heavy, And this is our... Yeah, we'll have to rebuild our lander for Laythe, because I don't think I saved it. I think I oversaved it with this, but that's okay. In fact, I think I'm probably going to start from scratch. Let's just start from scratch. Okay. Really quickly, we'll get this built, and we will get it launched, and we won't think about it anymore. Okay. We are going to use this. And I think we need what? We need 3 point something meters a second to go back to orbit. Really quickly, let me go ahead and... Oh. Let me go ahead and bring up my nice little map that I have. There it is. Okay, Laythe. 2,900 meters a second. So we're gonna add another kilometer a second on top of that, because nothing I have ever done in this game has been efficient. So let's go ahead and grab... Well, first let's grab a docking ring, because that's what they need. There we go. And since they already have all their science, I'm thinking all they really and truly need is a, you know, a stage to get them off. So we're going to go ahead and grab some staging. First, we're going to go here. Nope. I always get these confused because they're, like, weirdly organized. No. Kind of be cool, but we're not going for cool here. We're going for, like, does it work? It's gotta be this guy. There it is. Alright. Nope. See, I did it by size, and it still gives me the small ones. Very curious. I feel like there should be a larger version of this. Nope. Okay, we'll do it from here. I do feel like there should be a larger version of this thing. I'm probably just not seeing it. Alright, doesn't matter. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do... Let's plop that on there. Let's make that look like that. We need to add some motors to our rocket. Rocket motor. Very important. We don't want these things to be too tall. That's the thing. You saw that with the other Laythe landers I've built. They have to be small. Kind of compact because... you know, the fact that these might land on... the fact that these might land on solid ground is not really guaranteed. Well, not solid ground, level ground. I don't have a ton of control when I land these things. Oh shit, that looks awesome. Okay, what is this? Oh, okay. Not really what we need, but I might want to give the poodle some looks later. Swivel? Sorry this is taking so long, everybody. I just kind of want to make sure I do this right, because this is like my second gosh darn try. Okay, we're going to do a skipper. Unless a cheetah works better. Yep, let's do a skipper. Boom. It's probably going to be overkill, but whatever. I wouldn't have minded throwing a skiff on there, but I can't seem to find one. Here we go. What about you? Do you fit on there? You do. Okay, here we go. we'll call this there. It's better. It's got a higher vacuum efficiency, but I think it'll have no problem lifting this. And this thing's probably gonna have to do some orbital work for rendezvous. So we'll use this. I think that's correct. And then we're gonna do boop boop boop. We're gonna go with the similar design, the one that I've been liking. So actually, no, we don't need those. Those are way too big. We need something smaller and lighter. There we go. There we go. And we need tanks. And I'm still going to go with this concept that we eject stuff as we're climbing. Because, you know, once we break that initial impulse, you know, and we don't need as much TWR as we had. Hey, what's up, Spud? So I am actually rebuilding my Laythe rescue ship and my Tylo rescue ship, because we are not going to do 25-minute burns. Like, I don't know what I was thinking. What you saw Friday was just like a temporary fall into like mild insanity. So we're gonna fix that. And then I've kind of decided that I am totally gonna do another Microsoft Flight Simulator. What is it called? My brain isn't working. I'm totally doing another flight sim stream next weekend because I really enjoyed it. It was super fun. Like, I forgot how much I loved gliding in that game. Okay, there we go. Alright, we're gonna make this pretty. Okay. Slap these on here. Bang. Alright, there would give us more than enough Delta V to do the job, but once we slap all of our accoutrement on here, I think we won't have quite as much. So let's keep dropping, let's drop a couple more fuel tanks on. Boom. And I want some landing gear. The big landing gear, because this thing, I think, when it touches down is gonna be... She gonna be a heavy girl. There we go. Yeah, there's gonna be some weight here. Those clip, which I hate, but I don't care. Boom. Boom. Actually, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's see if we can prevent them from clipping. Now, in the past, I've since this is a rescue craft, we don't really need all of our science, because our kerbals have already done the science, and they're just going to walk over and take it with them and put it on here. So, I think we should be good on most of it. Okay, next step is we want to put a little bit more rust on these pieces. We want each of these tanks to carry their own oomph with them, so that they can help boost us into orbit. There we go. Also, that looks really cool. I'm actually kind of proud of how cool that looks. No. All these are going to fire at once. Okay, so that will give us 1,281 meters a second. Then we'll pop these side tanks, and then we'll have 3,530 meters a second to finish our ascent into orbit and dock with our mothership. I think that is going to work just fine. I think it's a brave plan. I think I'm incredibly intelligent for instituting it, if I do say so myself. So the next step is we need to... I'm actually not going to use a descent stage. This thing has so much Delta V that I'll just use the engines on it to give me the puffs, the couple puffs that I need to descend. So let's go ahead and get everything else set up that we're going to need for this thing. I forgot, we're going to need probably one of these rings with what's it called? You know what I'm talking about, with reaction wheels in it. There we go. Sorry, my brain no worky today. We're gonna need one of these wheels with reaction wheels in it, because this thing is, when it's re-entering, it's probably not gonna be that stable. And what I really want to do is I want to find another probe body. Not that one. That one. And I want to slap that on there, because all landers are impactors. They just don't know it yet. Okay. We're probably gonna land on the daylight side of this world. So I'm gonna say we actually don't need a, we don't need any, sort of, what's it called? Lighting? Normally I would put lights on here, but I'm gonna say we don't need it. Probably my last, probably my famous last words. Also, yeah, Spud, how are you doing today? Let's pop that open. We gotta make sure, with ladders, you know, gotta make sure the kerbals can actually get in. Oh my god, that's horrible. I hope you're gonna feel better. I hate being sick. And this is why we check our ladders, everybody. We are not gonna be able to touch the ground here. Okay, I have a plan. Okay, we're gonna take this. Here, this is gonna be a big... This thing's gonna be big when it's sitting on the ground. Well, you never know it. You might have caught something else. You know? Alright, I'm really hoping that's going to be close enough and they'll be able to get up on that. You think it's like the same stuff all over again? Because that would be horrible. Okay, no, that doesn't work. You know what? We're just gonna do these. It's not pretty, but it'll work. We just need to get our kerbals up. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, I hate being sick. I have, like, allergies permanently, as I just evidenced by that horrible sneeze, but... Like, I hate being sick, because, like, especially if I just feel like there's nothing I can do about it, and I just have to stick it out, it is not my favorite feeling. Okay, next step is we're going to add a small amount more fuel. We're taking more than we need, and if we don't need this much fuel, we'll transfer fuel back into our mothership. Because I feel like... There we go. There we go. That's gonna get my kerbals are going home. All right. Now the thing about carrying all this fuel is we're gonna need a lot of power to stop. So we're gonna go here and we're gonna grab. What are we gonna grab? Grab here. What is this? Mark 20. The assumption is, too, that we're going to have to use our motors a little bit to stop us, but I think that is going to go a great deal towards slowing us down. We're going to put there. A couple of drogues. And I think that right there is probably going to bring us to a pretty quick stop. All right, there we go. Probably my most complex lander ever. It's definitely going to be the heaviest, but that's smart. That is smart. If you're not feeling good and you're not getting better, it's good to go to the walk-in. I used to have a job where I would work 12 hours a day for 14 days in a row. And it was a really awesome job because then I would get 14 days off. And I got really sick one time ahead of that job. And it was just the type of job, because you're working 12 hours, you don't get well. Like, you just stay sick, right? And I remember getting sick and like 3 days before the job and being like, oh my God, this is going to be brutal. I'm going to be sick for 2 weeks. So I went to like my local clinic, and I remember just telling the nice lady there, I was like, lady, I need your help. Like, if, you know, if I don't get well, I'm going to be like miserable for the entire time I'm like on this trip. Can you please like help me? And she was like, no problem. And they gave me this what's it called, steroid pill. And it was crazy. I was like, oh, is this gonna make me feel good in 3 days? And she was like, son, you are gonna feel good in about an hour. And I took these pills, and it was amazing. I felt like $1 million in like an hour. It was hilarious. Actually, I didn't want to have to use a descent stage, but we're actually going to need one, unless I activate these engines in turn, and that's going to be a lot of work that I don't want to do. So instead, we're going to keep things nice and simple. So we're going to go in here and grab this guy, which, as you all know, is my favorite. Boop. I don't know if I can jettison this piece here, so I'm just going to also slap a quick decoupler on here, because I never know if I can jettison this truss piece that comes with this. So we'll put a decoupler on here just in case. Real quick, let's go ahead and close up our... Oh, yeah, I should see if I can fix these. That looks a little bit better. That looks cooler. All right, let's get these closed. Boop. Boop. Let's inflate this sucker. Oh, yeah, we got plenty of coverage. That's going to work great. Deflate heat shield. We're not carrying any battery power with us, are we? Ugh. Ugh to the max. Ugh to the extreme. All right, let's grab this. Battery. Probably heavier than it needs to be. Absolutely way heavier than it needs to be, but whatever. That still puts us with the ability to definitely go where we need to go. And what we're going to do is we're going to place this guy here. He's going to live right there. We're going to grab one more and place him right there. There we go, everybody. I think a kerbal should be able to get up that. I think we should have no problem getting a kerbal into that capsule at that point. I hope so. If we get all the way there and the kerbals can't climb into this thing, that's going to kind of ruin my whole day. All right, that's our Laythe rescue lander. It is extremely overbuilt, but my thought process is if we need to, we'll build it down a little bit. We can transfer fuel when it gets to altitude. We can do a lot of stuff with this. So, yeah, that's what she looks like. I think it's a pretty good looking I think it's a pretty good looking craft. I think it's going to do the job. The next step is let's go ahead and put a... Oh, we need to strut the top of it real quick. And I could use auto strut, but I can just freestyle this one right here. So we're just going to go... Okay. Okay. Nope. Nope. Okay. Grab this. And we're going to go boom. Boom. And we're going to grab another strut. We're going to go boom. Boom. Okay, those are roughly symmetrical. Those look okay. I like that. And I forgot we need to put a transmitter on here so that these kerbals, this thing can talk to the stations it needs to. Yeah, sweet. I don't want to have 4 of them. I just want to have 1. All right, there we go. Retract antenna. I think we're ready. I think this will be our... Actually, no, I don't want any kerbals to ever be in here. We're going to fly this thing unmanned. All right, there we go. Now we got to figure out a way to get it to Laythe. Now, last time I built a little bit big, and I have a different plan this time. What's going to happen is each one of these is going to be a double launch. I'm going to throw that fuel depot that I know works. I know it gets fuel out to Jewel, and it just works fine. I'm going to throw 2 of those at Jewel, maybe 3. And then I'm going to throw these landers with reasonable interplanetary stages. Reasonable is the word here, because we were being unreasonable last time. We were asking a single launch to do far too much. So we're going to grab this, and let's go ahead and throw a decoupler on here. Actually, that's the wrong size. I need something slightly bigger. This? No, no, no. Being dumb. See, I sorted by size. I would expect these things to work. There we go. And I want to put the tiniest, and I mean truly the tiniest, and we've seen me do this before, stage on here for deorbit. It needs to have little itty-bitty rockets and a teeny fuel tank, and that's going to be all we need. Because we just need something to deorbit us and help me line up for, there we go, that's all we need. Help me line up for landing. So let's go to rockets. I think, what did I use last time? I feel like I might have actually used these. So let me put, just so it won't take that long, let's put 6 of these on here. And that'll do the job. That's all it's going to be designed to do, is just knock us down. It's 156, you know, delta V. That's all it's going to be designed to do, is get us, you know, into the atmosphere and help us line up that shot. Okay, you know what? Those are a little bit small. Well, I like to use little motors. Let's go with something with a little bit more chutzpah. Are a bit big. What about these guys? Oh, those are monoprop. We don't want monoprop. Monoprop is for peasants. Yeah, let's do these guys. Let's do 2 of them. Yeah, there we go. That'll do the job. So yeah, that will just give us a couple puffs, drop this whole rig into the atmosphere, and then we will land it. I do have plans, potentially, for my other landers, but I haven't revealed those yet, because I think the Laythe lander... Actually, no, the Laythe lander doesn't work for that. Never mind, I don't have plans for my other landers. I was just teasing you all. Alright. I'm going to slap Clampatron docking port on the bottom of this thing, and now we build our intermediate stage. Now, this thing is going to require quite a bit of one, because we're carrying a bunch of crap like, you know, our heat shield and all our atmospheric landing parachutes and stuff. But I think I have a plan. Okay, we're going to go to... I just have to think about this for a second. How do I want to build this next stage? Let's go ahead and drop our remote guidance unit on there first. Boom. Okay, there we go. Let's grab our battery. So we're only going to carry one this time. So we're our electric set. A battery. That will give us plenty of power and allow it to also piggyback onto other craft. And I think that's really all this thing's going to need as far as, like, stuff like that. I'll have to put some antennas and stuff on it, but outside of that, we are ready to just dump fuel onto this thing. And once again, we're going to be reasonable, everybody. I know it's not a word you've heard from me before, but last time was crazy. We're never going to repeat that. Well, we probably will someday, but not anytime soon. Okay, there we go. It's still going to be big and heavy, but I'm hoping it'll not be mega big and mega heavy. And since we're thinking about this in the way I was, we're only going one way. You know, this thing doesn't need to come home. And I'm sending refueling barges up to Joule anyways. So this thing could be, since it's not doing all the things at once, it could be reasonably smaller. Okay, so we'll put that there. Nope, not the one I want. I want the big guy. Alright, and since we want to get there in a reasonable amount of time, let's go ahead and do... just a nice, peaceful building stream. That's what we're doing right now. Hanging out, talking to everybody, building rockets. Bang. Can I reach in here and grab that guy? I can't. You know what? We're just going to leave it white. There we go. Alright. Yeah, we'll leave it white. Okay, let's see how much delta V this gives us. We're looking for 4 or 5 kilometers of delta V. Something reasonable. Bang. 890? That's not very much. Have I done something wrong? No, I have not, I think. I think this is a really heavy stage up here. Okay. I'm trying not to fall into the trap I fell into last time, of building this thing too big. I have to think about this for a moment. Because we don't want to be too big, and we were too big last time. Oh, you know what I was doing wrong there? Hang on. First of all, we're going to put these down here. Okay. Let's turn that oxidizer down to 0. Okay, so now we have these set up. What I was doing wrong here was I need to go here and go to vacuum. There we go, 4.21 kilometers a second. That is reasonable. That actually would push me out there. Huh. Actually, I think, yeah, that would... I'm pretty sure that would do the job. That will take me to Joule and to Laythe. Let me double check really quickly, just to make sure. Okay. So it's 980, roughly. All right, I'm going to add a little bit more because I'm a little scared that we might not have quite enough. But I think, honestly, this is probably close to enough. But we're going to be just a tiny bit safe, but not too crazy. One thing we're going to do is, I know it's going to make for much longer burns, but we're going to do this. Because we don't actually need to be carrying all the weight of all these engines, and this will allow me to put a little bit more fuel on there without grossly increasing the size of this rocket. Okay. Okay. Okay, and hopefully today, if I can get an encounter or a transfer window with Jewel, this will hopefully be, and I'm not going to jinx myself, but I am going to jinx myself. This hopefully will be the last day that we do a day where we do a ton of burns heading towards Jewel. Most of the rockets are built. This is just the last one that needs to be built. And upon its completion, we'll have everything we need to head to Jewel. Okay, there we go. That's almost 5 kilometers a second. That should be more than enough. I think we'll be fine there. So then we need to strut it and put some transmitters on it, which every single one of these is useful as a potential relay. So, oh, hello. We've got new viewers. Hey, everybody. We're going to finish building here in a second, and we're going to start lobbing things out towards Jewel. At least this guy is going to be launched and heading towards Jewel. Okay, the game is not going to let me do that, but that's okay. That's happened before. Okay, what we're going to do. We're just going to do that. And we'll sit this guy right here. Yeah, there we go. Put his buddy right over here. Then we're going to grab both of them, rotate power. Boop. Boop. Boop, boop. There we go. Okay. Oh, and we need RTGs. This thing is useless if it cannot generate its own power. But we only need, like, I'm going to put 2 on there so it's symmetrical, but we probably actually only need 1. Okay, so grab some RTGs. Where RTG at? Say RTG. And we're just going to hide him. Like right there. We'll come over to the other side and drop 1. Drop 1 like right there. There we go. Those are RTGs. All right, there we go. Nice and simple. And yet, this is simple for me, as you all know. This is about as simple as I can be. Let's drop a big separator right there. Let's get a payload bay set up. Okay, let's get this. This guy should do it. I don't think this rocket, compared to many of my stupid things, is actually that wide. Let's take a look at what we have to launch here. Okay, it's smaller than it was. I think it's lighter. It's actually going to be a lot lighter because... Okay, we'll delete our fairing because that original rocket was stupid. And then we're going to go to struts. I'm not going to auto-strut this section because I want it to be strutted in a specific way. But normally at this point, I would just auto-strut. I think that's good. I think that will work perfectly. All right, let's lift this guy up a little bit, and let's get him on top of a heavy lifter that is hopefully a lot more reasonable than the last one I built. So let's go ahead and drop him on top of some big fuel tanks. Need that, really. The center core doesn't have to be that obscene. Let's put this guy on there. Nope. Does it give me these fuel tanks by... I think it gives me the fuel tank size by volume. Just not really what I want, but that's okay. Bang. Alright, there we go. That'll be our central core stage and kicker. Not the most efficient way, but efficiency was thrown out long ago. Alright, we're gonna do the Mastodon, because it's got a cool name. Okay. There we go. Real Laythe rescue lander. Okay. Save. Okay. Take a look at that, make sure that's right. I'm gonna do a couple of pretty large liquid boosters here. I think this thing's gonna come off the pad at a much more surprising rate compared to the way our last big rocket did. Our last super duper heavy. I think this is gonna be a different animal entirely. First of all, we're gonna go down here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add... Yeah, let's go ahead and add our... Make sure these are actually sitting on those. Yep, they are. Okay, let's go ahead and add our fuel lines. Sorry, my brain farted there for a second. Boom. Okay. Better. And this one's probably going to take a couple launches, and we will probably just kick this sucker straight into space once we finish launching it, and then just set it up to wait for its opportunity to boost out to Joule. That reminded me really quickly, we need some radiators. Oh, we don't need large radiators for this guy. He's pretty small, so let's grab 4 radiators. Is it going to let me drop 4 radiators on here? It's confused. That's okay. We'll just drop them on individually. Okay, so we're gonna drop these on just like that. Basically one for each motor. Though these motors are probably gonna have to do some fairly long burns, but that's okay. The goal is I really want to get those guys off Laythe. Like, that is the goal. I want to get guys off Laythe, and I want to actually land on Tylo, because I've had those guys sitting out there forever. I think they're gonna be out there longer than the mission to Elu will be, which is crazy. let's go with a couple of these guys. And a couple of these. And a couple of these. Yeah! Yeah! It's got to be one of my favorite episodes of SpongeBob. I've talked about it on here before. The procrastination episode makes me laugh every single time. Okay, let's lock and load here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, there we go. I do not predict having any sort of TWR problems. Like, I think this will do the job, but we're gonna put a couple more things on here just in case, because we're not gonna have the problems we had last time. Last time was crazy. This time we are going to space. It is gonna happen. I'm gonna add some nose cones. Boom, there we go. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm gonna need some Seppi boys. So let me grab my Seppotrons. Where are they at? Boom. We're gonna add these down here, because I want them to try to pop these things off a little bit better than they have in the past. Okay, there we go. So that right there is gonna be a base thing. And then I think just to give us a little more TWR when we leave the pad, I want to see if we can just pop a couple of small solid rocket boosters on there. No. There we go. I think those will be perfect. This is just to get us moving. Okay, and then we're going to grab a couple solid rocket boosters. Boop. Where are my SRBs at? There we go. Thumpers. Once again, these guys, they are just to get us moving. Do arrow. Okay, and then we're gonna go to that touches. No, we'll just toss them out here and we'll get that cool effect when they pop off. And I need to make sure they're aligned, or at least I'm aligned. That looks pretty close. Okay. Same with this guy. There we go. Those will get them moved away. And now we need to strut everything really quickly. We're not even going to auto strut this time. I'm just going to really quickly just plop some struts in place, and we're going to call this thing ready to go. I want to get this thing moving. Okay, there's that. Let's go ahead and grab some struts over here and go boop, 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 boop. There we go. Those are nice, somewhat symmetrical. All right, I think this guy's ready to go. Oh, we do need to figure out our staging here real quick. It's not staged the way I want it to be. Okay. So those are going to go here and here. And these are going to go up here and up here. We're going to let it compute everything. Yeah. I mean, it's as good as it's going to be. I'm hoping we have enough TWR to actually get off the ground. Let's get this thing set up on launch towers. Okay. It'd be super convenient if I could just plop one right there. That should hold it up. Okay, we're going to save. We're going to go to build a fairing. Okay, there we go. We're going to go to sides, and we're going to put our ejection force clamshell deploy, obviously, because cool. Our ejection force is going to be way up near 600. Throw that on there. I think staging actually looks really good. I think we should be okay. Yep. All right, let's go launch this thing. Let's put this thing into orbit and get it waiting for its transfer window. It's kind of ugly looking, but that doesn't matter. I have plans for my other lander. I may send it to Moho and just get a present set up around Moho. Okay, SAS on. It already doesn't feel as wibbly as the old one did. Oh, much more reasonable. It might feel much more reasonable because I'm beginning to worry I don't actually have enough power to get to orbit. Beautiful. Well, it certainly got off the pad quicker. Okay, let's go ahead and go here. Let's take a look at this. Oh, this is much more reasonable. Oh, this was much more reasonable. This was way easier. Add this. Circularize. Okay, let's get aligned to that. I suspected we might have this problem, but it's not going to be a huge problem in the long term because it's just that we're carrying a lot of weight. Boom, deployed. Yeah, we're just carrying a massive amount of weight on us right now, which is going to affect our ability to rotate, but that's okay. Oh, we don't actually have quite enough oomph. Alright, let's see what we can do. Let's see if we can actually get into space here. It's a little annoying, we're going to have to use some of our nuclear stage, but it's not going to be much, and I think we'll still have enough Delta V to get out to Joule. Once again, this is a one-way trip for this craft. It doesn't... It has a docking port on it, but it is not a full-on, what's it called? Fuel depot. I have that built. I'm a little concerned about this burn time, given that a burn of 200 and something meters a second is going to be a couple minutes, but whatever. It means that this thing is very heavy. Going to slowly burn up to orbit. We're going to check to see when we have our next opportunity and kick this thing that way. Man, nuclear engines for circularization are the worst. I'm hoping that the burn to get this thing out there is going to be some stupid 25-minute burn like the last one was. Like these two failures were. Those were rough. Okay, any second now. Just pushing that apoapsis away from us. We're just going to let it burn away. It does look like we are going to make orbit, even though we are burning at a very weird angle here. This burn went on for way too long. It's extremely inefficient. Prograde. Such is the nature of these nuclear engines. They're just not that good at doing stuff like this. So what we know is we're going to need a little bit more oomph for our booster on our next launch. We did make orbit, but just barely. But that's okay. I'm actually just going to save that booster. I'm going to toss it to the side, and actually I can't. I'll probably rebuild it from scratch, but okay, there we go. That's orbit. This thing has done its job. We are going to leave it in orbit. I don't have really any lights on it of any kind like I normally do on these because It's pointless, but there we go. That craft is in orbit. Let's go ahead and take a look at our map. Let's make sure we don't just immediately have a transfer window. We do not. It's going to sit in orbit for a while, but that's okay. That's what it's designed to do. So we'll just let it get turned. It's not as wibbly-woobly as some other things I've built, which I'm very, very happy about. So we'll just get that set up like that and leave it. All right, that's one. Let's head back to the Space Center and get our next device set up. So we're going to kick both landers. We're going to kick 2 fuel depots out. That'll rescue the kerbals at Tylo and Laythe. We have stuff heading towards Elu right now to rescue those kerbals, so we're going to get all of them. I think the mega rockets that are sitting in orbit that are going to take like those huge birds, I think it's I have an ambitious plan for them, which is that one of them might go to Moho and sit in orbit around Moho and be a fuel depot and lander for Moho. Because it has all the Delta V it needs. It just, the burns take a while. So real quick, let's go ahead and get a Tylo lander built. Let's get that on top of a rocket. Let's get that launched and set up. Then we're going to return some kerbals home because I have kerbals on the way coming back from the other Jewel missions. So that was that rocket. Pretty nice looking. Let's go to our new tab, and I'm going to build this one a bit quicker. Hopefully. Maybe. Possibly. We'll see. Okay, Mark II lander can, because we're flying in a vacuum. We don't need it doesn't need to be pointy. That's my professional term. We need a docking port, Clampatron docking port, not the Junior. We need the Clamp-O-Tron docking port. Bang. There we go. And then we need to do, we need science. So let's grab a payload bay. Boom, there we go. And we need to put in all of our science really quickly. Okay, put one of those in. A couple of these. There we go. That's not going to clip, is it? Okay, good. We don't want it to clip. That would be horrible. In fact, I'm just going to move that in a little bit. There we go. All right, next we need a negative gravioli detector, because we always need one of those. Let's grab a pressure sensor. Come around to the other side. Size mamamometer. Let's grab a thermometer. That's looking pretty good. Okay, there we go. All right. So that'll get our science done. Next, we need fuel. Now, I'm going to check my cheat sheet here. Tylo. From orbit, from a 10-kilometer orbit to surface, takes 200 or 2,270 kilometers of, not kilometers, meters of delta V, and we've got to go down and up. So I'm going to say, this is going to sound insane, I'm going to say I need about 6 kilometers or something stupid, maybe 5 of delta V, because we got to go down and back. So this lander is going to be like that other lander I just built, except way more. Not that much more, but more. In fact, I almost want to do that. Like, I almost want to make it stupid. But let's start, I don't want it to be that tall, so let's start with something a little bit more stout, and we'll go from there. So, let's do that, and then let's get a motor on the bottom of this thing. I need something with insane vacuum performance. I think we were going to use the skiff. No, we had another rocket that worked. The Poodle. Because the Poodle apparently has, like... Not the Poodle. I'm being dumb. It was here. The Bobcat? Was it the poodle? I might have used the poodle. Hang on. I think I did. No, I didn't. I will find it here in a second. Bum, 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 bum. I think I might have used a skiff. Okay, there we go. I think the skiff has a big amount of delta V for what it can do. Skiff. Local planet hopping, high vacuum efficiency. There we go. That's what we want. So, yeah, we're going to throw that on there. So that's 3,400 delta V right there. But you all know, if you've watched that, enough is never enough for this channel. So what we're going to do... See, and that's the thing. You think the Laythe... I was just thinking this. The Laythe lander should be lighter, but it's not because... Or it should be lighter. Shouldn't be lighter, sorry. But it is because it... you don't have to deal... Or, like, the wind resistance helps you on the way down. You can use parachutes and such, which are light. A light way of slowing down. Here, it's all thrust. Everything, you know, the only thing that helps you slow down is engine. So we're going to have to put way bigger engines on this thing, or way bigger fuel tanks on this thing, I think. I just have to think about it for a second. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, Pickle Rick, that is a good point. The ground will also stop you for free. It's like a gravity boost, but so much more efficient for what you get out of it. Yeah, so, yes, as Pickle Rick said, the ground will actually do a spectacular job of also stopping you. But I feel like, you know, I mean, if you watch the speedrunners play this game, they'll have, like, destructible parts of their craft designed to hit the ground and destroy, you know, like a crumple zone, to slow the craft down. It's pretty, like, those guys are crazy. It's pretty impressive. Let's put these here. And I feel like we're going to need a lot of landing leg on this thing, because I think this thing's going to be kind of heavy. Okay, put this up here, and we need to get our fuel lines run. Where are our fuel lines at? Oop. Alright, that's starting to look like enough delta V. I'm a little worried about our thrust. That we're not going to have enough thrust, because this is a lot of weight that we're carrying. But I have a plan for that as well. Also, I'm probably going to add more fuel, because I'm very afraid of this thing not having enough fuel. But yeah, litho braking is the way. I mean, if you want to do it, if you want to be an ultra hyper Chad, litho braking is the way. Okay, I think that'll do it. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna get a little crazy. I'm a little crazy, everybody. And I'm really worried about being able to get off the ground, too. That scenario that we had on Duna scared me a little bit and made it so that now I'm always afraid of not having it. Because we did not have enough thrust to even leave the ground when we were at Duna. So I want to find, like, small engines. Like, the Spark is too small. But, like, the Terrier would be, I think, just about right. There we go. I think that will be my lander. I need to put ladders and, you know, all my accoutrement on there to get it down. But I think that's going to be the basic design we go with. As we normally do here, we're going to put everything that we can leave behind, storage containers, everything, on these stages that we eject. It really is a great game. Like, that's kind of why I play it so much, is I really just enjoy hanging out and talking to people and playing KSP. It makes me happy. Okay. So the next step is going to be, God, I hope that last craft I launched didn't have kerbals aboard. None of these are supposed to be manned. Let's go ahead and pop this open, and let's get electricity. Let's get some RTGs put in here. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put 2 RTGs right there. Boom. There are RTGs. Oh, these are clipping. No, don't clip. I didn't design you that way. Okay, here's what we'll do. Pop this off. We'll do it this way. We'll do it live. Boom. There we go. Oh, yeah. I know that there are storage compartments here, but they're going to be so high up. And we're landing. I mean, I could put a lot of stuff in there, but I totally forgot, so I'm not going to worry about it. But yeah, I know these are here, because you can go boop, and then they go to boop. Yeah, I totally forgot they were there. I'm not going to lie. But I have a plan for... Because the big thing now is we need to carry experiment storage. And I was kind of hoping to just cram 2... I just am worried the kerbals aren't going to be able to reach that while they're on the ground, while they're on the surface. So let me think about this here real quick. We could... Also, that defeats my whole concept that we never carry anything we don't need back into orbit. You know? Like, we leave... Everything that we don't need is always left on the ground. Okay, that did not work. Control Z. Put that in here. I just want to grab this. Thank you, game. I want to lower all of our landing legs ever so slightly because I'm a little afraid that we might actually have... I've had it before where you touch this main engine and it, when you land, and it busts it off. So I would prefer not to do that. There we go. But yeah, I know that this has things. I actually used this on the Laythe lander that is currently stranded on the surface of Laythe. This right here, though, is going to be our... You know what? I just realized something. We're in a vacuum. So I don't have to think about aerodynamics at all. I could just make something stupid that does the job that I need it to do. Because I just need a way to have experiments be on there. So I have a new plan. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Now hang on tight, everybody, because you're about to see, like, brilliance to the extent that you may never have seen it before. Okay, we'll just do this. I'll have to build them on each side manually because I don't know how to deal with that mirroring. So we'll just do that. Boom. Okay. Because we just want our experiments to kind of hang down and be accessible by the kerbals. What we're going to do is we're just going to put a little truss here that will eject when I eject these tanks. Yes! No. There we go. So we're going to put our little truss down here. So let's go to our structural stuff. Want something a little bit bigger. Actually, it doesn't need to be huge. There we go. Okay, I kind of hate that. So let's think about this for a second. Huh. That just beats all. You know what? For the win, let's do these guys. There we go, that works. Yep, that's perfect. And then we're gonna grab... That's a little too long. We'll grab one of these guys. That's a little too big. Now we'll grab one of those guys. And our experiments are gonna go on there. Is it elegant? Eh. But if you guys like elegance, you guys already know that this is not the channel for elegance. There we go. So I'll put all my experiments on there, and when we take off and eject our tanks, we'll eject these little dealy boppers that'll have our experiment storage containers on them. So what we're gonna do now is we need to go to cargo, and we need to grab, can I just plop one here and one there? Boom, look at that. Brilliant. Brilliant. And we'll leave those on the surface with all of the other crap we don't need. Okay. So let's get... We need to get our experiments. We need an ionographer. We need a seismometer. We need an experiment control station. We need the GUED monitor. Sorry. Woo! And we need a transmitter. Okay, we're gonna put all those on one side. We should need 4 RTGs. I know we don't actually need 4, but I like to be safe if I'm going out this far. And I'm gonna grab our EVA kit. There we go. And, oh my god, does my brilliance truly know no bounds? I think it might not. We're gonna put our lighting on here too. Because you know me, I like to have some lights on my ships when I land them. Because it allows me to kind of recognize how close I am to the ground. It's just a good way to sort out how close you might be to the surface visually and quickly. So I'm gonna grab 2 there, 2 there. Boom. Now the other thing I thought about is I could mine for fuel, but I've never done that, and I don't really want to do that on a first, you know, I don't want to try that without having tested it quite a bit. All right, I think that's our lander, everybody. Now, the other thing I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to put a descent stage on this lander as well, which is going to do a lot of the work towards getting us to the surface. If you remember way back in the series, some of you weren't following then, but like way back, I did a similar thing on Minmus and the Mun for my first mission. So I would have like the lander, and then below that, I would have a descent stage with like a kilometer or 2 of delta V in it. And I would slowly come down, and probably like a kilometer up or so, I would eject to that stage, let it fall, and then do the rest of the landing. Yeah, do the rest of the landing with the lander. Oh, and I almost forgot one of the most important things, folks. We cannot forget these because we're going to a higher gravity world. We need ladders. Yeah, they should be able to reach that. Oh, and an antenna. Thank you, Pickle Rick. You are one of the good ones. Okay, we will do that next. We'll grab an antenna in just a second. Oop. do one more, it'll just be simple if we can just have one more. And that's actually kind of close. I wonder if that'll work. The game will just let him clip like that. I hope it will. We're gonna hope it will. There we go. Retract that. Retract that. Retract that. It's certainly not my prettiest lander that I've ever made. It's definitely curious looking. Open these. And we're gonna put antennas in here just because it looks cool. Actually, I'm not gonna do that. Let's not do that, actually. Let me think about this for a second. Antennae. I mean, I'm just gonna slap. I can honestly just slap 2 of these guys on there. I'll put one there. I'll put the other one right here. Rotate. Okay. Okay. Put that off. Let's make sure they clear everything because I don't like things to clip. Yep, and we should be able to dock with that with these things folded, which is what we want. Okay, I'm gonna close those. There we go. That is our lander. That's going to be, I think, what we take to Tylo. Now, let's get our descent stage built. So, start that. Boop. Boop. There we go. So, let's build a quick descent stage. So, let's get a boop, 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 boop. Nope. There we go. Nope, not quite the one I wanted either. This, nope. God dang it, I can never get the right one. This is why I sort by size. You know what? It doesn't really even matter. It matters to me, gosh darn it. Let's see if I can get this over. You know what? We're gonna do that. And we're gonna... Huh, interesting. Turn the shroud off. Oh, no, no, no. It's because it's going to hover. I don't want to have that. So let's turn the shroud back on and we'll just deal with it. Okay, so now we need descent stage. I think we're just going to use the same size fuel tank. A little bit too small. Let's go up to here. That's a little bit too big. This guy's gonna be just right. Okay, there we go. Boom, there we are. Now we need something with just spectacular. All that matters on this stage is that we have just monster, and I mean monster vacuum performance. It's truly all I care about. So I'm thinking, where's our wolfhound at? Boom. Really, 122 meters a second is all I get out of that? Well, that's unfortunate. I was hoping I'd get a little bit more. That's okay. That's all right. I can make this better. I can get better performance whenever I say I want some. $302. Vacuum. There we go. There we are. That works. I will take that. So there we go. That's our descent stage. We'll strut the hell out of this thing and get ready to lob it at at Joule. It doesn't really need a whole lot of strutting. It's going to be pretty strong, I think, by itself. We're also flying in vacuum, which, you know, as far as I'm concerned, means you're pretty good. Just to be sure, just to be safe, we're going to do a strut. We're going to do from here to here. Here to here. Really tight in so that they just hold tight. I'm not going to strut these guys. Well, I might. You know, it just seems reasonable to strut these little guys. So let me go to 1. Okay, Spud. Hey, I hope you feel better soon. Like, definitely go to the walk-in and definitely see what they can do for you, okay? I hope you feel better soon. There we go. Okay. There we are, everybody. This is going to be what's going to get us down. It's a little bigger than I wanted it to be, but it no less is cool. It achieves, in my mind, at least maximum cool status. There we go. That's strutted. All right, now we need to build our transit stage. So let's go ahead and get that built. I'm gonna grab this and move it upwards. Okay, so let's go grab, we'll go here. We need a Clampatron docking port, which we're gonna go boop right there, just like that. We'll leave it shrouded. It looks cooler. And rule of cool is how we do things here. Okay, and then we're going to go to here, and we're basically going to build a very similar transit stage to what we just did. I want to put some electrics in there. I want to put a command and control ring in there. There we go, so we can actually have some rotational capability. I realized that this whole stack doesn't have one. So what we're going to try to do is just very carefully click that, and we're going to see if we can just plop one right there. There we go. That should help us out. Let's see if we can just... Nope, 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 nope. I do on the top stage. I have a set of RTGs inside, hiding inside of here. Along with big batteries everywhere, because batteries are... I'm at the point in this game where batteries are cheap to carry. I'm going to grab you, and you are just going to come down. Click, click, click. Well, I guess that's where you live. I hope those kerbals can get on board. I think they can. That basically touches, and then, yeah, that'll get them down to the surface. Okay, we're tracked. But yeah, the other lander I just sent up doesn't have... It only has one ring, and it is not very good. I'm actually really worried about the fueling stage, because while I said I'm not sending these up as fuel depots, everything that's going up to Joule right now has a docking ring on it. Because those craft that are in orbit around Joule, a couple of them are basically empty. Like, we have to fuel. You know, fuel has to be a consideration right now. Like, fuel has to be a huge consideration, because, yeah, nothing we have currently sent to Joule has enough fuel in it. Okay, I don't know why I changed that to orange. I don't really want it to be, but whatever. We'll leave that there, leave that like that. Oxidizer to 0 on both of these. Okay. And now we need to add our liquid fuel fuselages. As many as we can put on there for now. And we're going to go with the same design, folks, that we normally do, which some of these burns might take a little while, and I am very sorry about that. But the goal here is we want to get things turning and burning towards Joule as quickly as possible. What am I looking for? I am looking for an engine. There it is. No. Only 4. 1. 2. 3. 4. There we go. These will do the job. Then we're going to go back to our fuel tanks. We're going to grab our Mark 1s, wherever they are. And we're going to start, we're just going to cram fuel on this thing anywhere where it will fit. Because it's going to have to, it's carrying a lot of weight out to Joule right now. Huh. Okay, put this up here. Oop. These guys only have 3 kilometers a second in them. That is very disappointing. We may have to add more fuel, but that's okay. I have plans for that. Alright, let's go up here. Mark 0, and we're just going to start stacking as many of these little guys on here as we can. Just to add as little bit more fuel. This is a one-way trip for this stage. It does not need to be, you know, it does not need to have all of the fuel in the world. It just needs to get out to Tylo. That put her up to 3 kilometers a second. So I think if we just stack like a line really quickly of Mark 0s, we should be able to go where we want to be. I'm gonna click this. It'll mean refueling from this thing will suck, but these aren't really designed for that. They have docking ports, so they can if they need to. But that is not their purpose. Their purpose is to get us out there. The other thing I've actually thought about doing is ejecting unneeded fuel tanks when I'm done with them. Like, eject these guys first, because they don't have engines mounted to them, but I don't want to deal with the complication unless I do. Well, let's see. You know what? I've got nothing but time right now, so let's actually see what that would do. Let's go to... Let's plop these guys off. Let's go to a 4-way... symmetry. Let me go down. Oop. Oop. This is just, you know, this is me thinking. How can I make this whole thing a little bit more efficient and a little bit better? And one of the ways that I've been thinking about for a while that I've never done is get rid of fuel tanks that I'm not using anymore on these things. So let's go ahead and grab our fuel. It's almost like staging is the most efficient way to do this. All right, there's my engines for that. Now what we would do is we would go to coupling. We would put detachment manifolds on here. All the way around in our 4. Then we're going to go to fueling. Grab our liquid fuselages and put them here. Drop that back in there because it's not mounting correctly, and that's okay. We can take our time. Want to make sure they're actually mounted. Yep, we want to make sure they are sticking off. Okay, there we go. That's a little more even and proper. Now this is going to confuse the heck out of my staging. You are your own thing. You go away. There we go. Now, I'm going to take a fuel line. Just down here. Run it into the tank. Boom. That gives us about 1 kilometer more. Now we'll stack as much fuel as we can everywhere on these outside tanks. And we'll eject them when we don't need them anymore. My brilliance truly knows no bounds, everybody. I'm happy for you all to be watching. To hear me be this brilliant, it's like watching Mozart work. Thing is, I can just stack fuel everywhere on these because I don't need to worry about complexities during refueling because we're going to eject them. So, you know, these theoretically should drain first. Though I've had trouble with staging irregularity in the past. Yeah, and we don't need this fuel. This will probably get us burning towards Joule and do part of our braking burn, and we will just get rid of this weight when we don't need it anymore. I feel brilliant right now. Still doesn't say it's being... I think my staging might be a bit confused here, because it's not saying it's going to be enough. But it somehow says I have 11 kilometers in the tank, but I feel like none of this adds to 11 kilometers. Where else can I put fuel on this thing? It's gonna be a real shame if I get out there and it didn't work, and I actually do have a massive amount of fuel compared to what I need. But that's okay. If that works out, then we'll be okay. Though I am getting a little concerned about launching this thing. We'll think about that here in a second. Alright, there we go. That should be enough, and once those outer tanks are done, I'll eject them. Let's go ahead and add our ever-important RTGs and transmitting stuff. Because we need to be able to transmit and generate some power. So, click that on. I want to just have, we'll put one here. And one here. They don't need to look pretty or be hidden. They just can go wherever. Transmitters. We'll put 2 of these guys there. We have a pretty huge array out at Joule right now. So like, actually, we have a ton of transmitting equipment out at Joule right now. So these guys can kind of just be slapped on here, and they will do the job. All right, that's going to be our interplanetary stage. It's huge. It's way overbuilt. I know, but it's just, this is the way I do things, everybody. You all knew what you were getting into when you started watching. Oh, mass is just not something we worry about on this channel. It's carrying 12.5 kilometers a second of delta V. We don't worry about mass here. Okay, so we're gonna grab this. We're gonna Let's go check. 256 tons. Which, here's the thing. If Starship can put 100 tons in orbit, I should be able to put this thing... into orbit. Alright, let's check our staging on this. Boom. Boom. Those will break away. This stage, once we undock, will be our descent stage. That will break away, and all those engines will ignite. And then as we take off, we'll eject all that, and then we'll go back up. Alright. Now the stupidity begins. Because now we have to figure out how we're going to launch this thing. I mean, now I have to follow my perfect plan that I totally already have on how to get this thing off the ground. No. Oh, I always have trouble finding... There we go. That's the perfect one. Okay, next, payload. Where's my big payload bay? Boom, there we go. Okay, so there's that. And we'll build that in a second, but we need to start really thinking about how we get this sucker into the sky. You know, how our grand rocket, our rescue machine, is going to ride a contained explosion onto the other side of the sky. Go down here. Let's grab our, basically our Saturn V base. Boom. Okay. There we go. And we're gonna grab our rhinos, or not our rhinos, our mastodons. There's our mainsail. Where are our mastodons? There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Do I have a decoupler here? Where did this decoupler land? Oh, that's not good. It needs to go right here. There we go. Okay, there's one. Grab these guys. Boop. And do... Boop. There we go. Boop. There we are. Big old rockets. All right. Next, everybody, we're going to grab hydraulic detachment manifold. Put them on this thing. That looks like a good spot. Oh, and we need to go ahead and... Let's go grab this right there. What have I done? No. I want to grab you and put you up here. Okay, and we're going to switch this. We need to go to sea level now. Make sure we can actually get this thing into the air. I do not think this is going to launch us confidently. Oh, hey. And that. How do I say your name? And that? I'm going to say and that. Thanks for popping by. What we are building is I have kerbals in orbit around Tylo and the land. Oh, thank you for the follow as well. I have kerbals in orbit around Tylo, and unfortunately the lander I sent them does not have enough Delta V. I also have kerbals stuck on the ground at Laythe without enough Delta V. That lander has been launched to orbit. So what we're building now is we're building the most overbuilt mega super lander to send to Tylo because the gravity there is very high and it's in a vacuum, so it's hard to slow down. So we're building a mega lander to get out there. I also am going to launch 2 fuel depots out to Jool for both of those craft because the motherships that launched those landers are basically out of fuel as well. It's a real... My Jool missions, since you're just joining, I basically built roughly the same rocket for all of them. And I just kicked 5 missions out there to go to all the moons of Jool. We have 3 missions that are... 1 has already landed, 2 more are still on their way back. Because they didn't have enough Delta V. But they're coming back. I actually masterfully, if I must say, did a double Laythe gravity assist to get my bot mission flying back towards Kerbin. So they're all heading home right now, but the Tylo kerbals and the Laythe kerbals are still stranded. We also have kerbals stranded in orbit around Elu. There's a fuel depot on the way out to them to fuel them up and send them back to Kerbin. So we have a lot of kerbals that are stranded. No one's dead. They have snacks, but, you know, they need help. So that's what we've been doing. The Jewel missions were only supposed to take like 2 streams, and we're on like stream 5 of trying to get kerbals back. It's been a long, sad road. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just do more, everybody. This one's gonna be stupid. Actually, let me grab that. I don't like that guy, because I gotta make him a bit shorter. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can make sure they're off the... Yep, they're... Nope, they are not in the correct orientation. Boom, there we go. Okay. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. We haven't done landings in a while, but when I do landings, I have a tradition of naming them after people who pop by and say hi. So just keep an eye on this space, and I promise I will eventually be doing more landings. I mean, we still have to go to Eve. Eve, as I've said, is going to be a mega stream, so I'm going to just, like... I'm just going to hang out, and we're going to sit here, and we're going to stream going to Eve as long as it takes. Okay, I want to do this. Boom. And we're going to build big ol' side boosters as well. Because the last rocket I had didn't quite have enough to get to orbit. So this time, we're going to take all the fuel up there with us. Mainsails, or some mastodons. Yes. Yes. How many engines are you... Or how much fuel are you bringing? Why, yes. Okay. So let's grab another fuel tank. Let's stack it on top of these guys. Nope, that's the wrong size. I always get a little confused by those guys. That's a little too tall. There we go. And then we're going to do... Make this smaller. Drop diameter there. And, oh, I'm hoping we can make just... We can have good clearance here. Because I have a plan. I think we should have clearance. Dang, those look so cool, and I'd love to have them on there. But I just don't think they're gonna work. That's okay. That's alright. We have other plans. Nope. Oh, those are basically purpose-built for what we needed. Let's pop these off. I'm being dumb. It's something that happens. There we go. Alright, now we need our Seppi boys. Because we're going to need to get these things moved away from the rocket as we fly up. One more adapter. Look, okay? I'm not super good at the kerbaling. I do, you know, I do my best. I'm not good at the kerbaling. Like, there are... Explosions are probably going to be pretty well guaranteed here, everybody. Okay. Actually, they provide a much better spread, and it looks cooler when we do them this way. So we're going to do that. Okay, grab that, bring that up there. I mean, yeah, you're giving me a lot of credit right now. Like, you have yet to see these machines fly. Like, if this thing even does fly. It's kind of going to be a miracle if this thing takes off. This is a lot of weight that I'm bringing up with me. But the last rocket, I didn't quite get into orbit. I had to fire up my nuclear engines to get into orbit, and for me, that's just like... I'm just like, ah, no! You know, when that happens. So I really want to try to, like... On this rocket, I want it to do the thing. That will get me to orbit. All right. Problem is with all my rockets is the TWR is never great. So we're gonna fix that the way we always do. At liftoff. Okay, I don't know where that was. Did it just not give me a rocket or the thing I wanted? Yeah, how did you guess? How did you know? It's almost like you've watched people play this game badly before. Okay. Next. Oh my, that's a big rocket. Yeah, these guys are better. Oh, they're a little large. I don't think we need something that big. I'm not oh, that's way too big. Well, we didn't... Bumpers are nice, but like... I wish there was like a more medium-sized rocket booster. Right. Those are going to be too long duration. So, I learned with solid rocket boosters that your thrust is controlled by your, diameter, I believe, and your duration is controlled by the length. I think that's right. That sounds right. Yeah, are those even? Those are even. Okay, sweet. We're also gonna have to strut the hell out of this thing, but I'm gonna worry about that in a second. I mean, holy hell is going to break loose when this thing launches. Which is not too long from now, everybody. Hold tight, we are almost there. Okay. Oh my god, look at it. It's kind of beautiful, isn't it? It's so dumb. Okay. One more things of Sepatrons. I appreciate it. See, I take that... I take being told that my rockets are extremely kerbal as an extreme compliment, because I know that many of my watchers here are kerbal connoisseurs, if you will. You know, they know their kerbal. So, you know, when I am told that my rocketry is of a kerbal nature, I take that as a great compliment. Because it means that, you know, I'm delivering what you guys tuned in for. Boom. Okay. Nope. Nope. There we go. Okay. I think, everybody, that's the machine. We're going to call this Tylo Lander Delivery. And we're going to save it. We're going to make sure no poor kerbals are ever going to fly on this thing, because they should not ever be... No kerbals should be anywhere near this thing. The Kerbanistani government is going to clear out people from like 20 miles around, because the Kerbanistanis don't understand words like flight termination or self-destruct. They're like, can the rocket blow up if things go wrong? And the Kerbanistanis are like, well, yes, it will blow up, eventually. Okay. Build fairing. This wasn't meant to be the largest rocket I've ever launched, but it's gonna be pretty big. We may have to do a pretty long burn to get these things heading out towards Joule, everybody. I know that the purpose here was to build rockets that didn't require big burns. I think this one will. All right, everybody. Let's check our staging. Okay. Oh, gosh darn it, I forgot something. Give me 1 second, everybody. Can we hide fairing? All right, let's delete this real quick. We forgot one incredibly important thing. No. There we go. We just need to get some radiators on there, because these are going to be long burns, I think. All right, everybody. Here we go. Let me go ahead and go to build fairing. Get out of the way there. No. There we go. Boop. 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 I mean, it's not quite as ugly as most of the rockets I build. Okay, we want to have like 600 ejection force because we got to get these. And we're going to do clamshell deploy. Always clamshell deploy because it looks cooler. All right. All right, everybody. I normally don't call for chats, but if you are watching, what do we think our likelihood is here? What do we think the chances are that this sucker launches first try? First try. 7 and 10. Wow. Okay, you have... I know you're new here, and I can tell. The last super big launch I did didn't even get off the pad. It fell in half on the pad. Alright, it's taking a very long time to load, which makes me think it's loading a lot of physics. It is. Okay. SAS is going to be on. We're going to let the rocket settle on the pad. Let's get this set up. Okay. Throttle all the way up. Here we go, everybody. Yes. Saturn V-esque. You know what? I know it's not going to make it, but we're going to play this out. I mean, you know, we're picking up speed. The last rocket launched a little bit more confidently. Okay, 100 meters a second. We're still very close to the Space Center. 150 meters a second. Let's go ahead and kick her down range just a little bit. Oh my god, there's a lot of torque in there. Woo! There we go. Come on. And we're not getting... Okay, yeah, alright, alright. I was concerned about this. But I have a plan. And that plan, the weakness of this rocket is these guys right here. Okay, so I'm going to plop those off, and we're just going to do a bit of surgery on the bottom of the rocket. Everything else, all else looks to be working nominally. I think that was a nominal launch. It also helps if you don't know what the word nominal means. Come on. There we go. Okay. Now what we're going to go up here and grab is we're going to grab a set of these guys. Oh, hang on. I know what nominal means. I'm just being facetious. Go grab an adapter real quick. And then we're going to grab a set of these guys, because they make... We're actually going to check our thrust numbers here. 4,000. And then where is... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That'll do the job. All else being equal, we should just be able to launch this sucker. Alright, save. I think we're going to see something a little bit more spectacular this time. Save. Launch. Let's do it. Here we go. 100% to orbit. I just don't want to fall into the thing I did yesterday where I spent like 2 hours working on a single rocket to get it up. I want to get this thing in there. I want to get kerbals home. We have kerbals that are coming home. So I want to get these guys lined up for their transitions, because once we have our transit window for these guys, I can also launch 2 fuel depots right after it and just burn 4 rockets out of the Kerbin system immediately towards Jewel. Okay, here we go. Much better. Now we must remember the most important rule now that we've added more power to this rocket. With great power comes great fuel consumption. Okay, we're going to lean our rocket over here. Just add it just a little bit of, angle, because I want to start heading down range. And then we're going to probably wait until our SRBs are done doing their thing. You can really see we're heading through max Q right now. And already we are way higher than we were. This is working great, everybody. Really wish the separation of those guys would have been a little bit more confidence-inspiring, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and plop into here and see how we're doing. Oh, we have tons of power. Okay, we're going to throttle back. We actually have a little bit too much power. Good way to be, folks. I'm going to go ahead and start adding some horizontal momentum to us. I'm kind of waiting for us to get to 50, and then we're going to turn completely sideways. Okay, yep, we had a little slightly inefficient launch. That's okay. We're actually gonna wait till we get into orbit. Miko, get those suckers away from us. Not that confidence inspiring. We still have all our engines there. All right, sweet. Let's deploy that. All right, let's get boom set up to circularize. This is going to be a heck of a burn because we don't have that much horizontal momentum right now. We don't have that much orbital velocity, but I think this thing's going to have some delta V to spare, which is what we want. Okay, so let's go ahead and get aligned to that orbit. That's gonna, or that maneuver. That is gonna take just a second. I have those two, what's it called? I have those two command and control rings on this rocket, but, you know, they are very small compared to the mass that we're carrying. We still have 2 kilometers per second in the tank. We're gonna burn about 1,200, and then we'll have this bottom stage as a kicker to get us fired out towards Joule, which is what we want. So we will slowly let it align. 1 minute 32 seconds, so about 46 seconds. We'll fire this burn up, circularize, and then I think it's just going to be time. We're going to bring Kerbals home, and we're going to get ourselves a transit window to Joule, and we're going to launch all this helpful stuff out to Joule to our Kerbals. And then we might call the stream there today, because I have a great number of things to do because I am traveling for work this week, which I do not like to do that often, but sometimes I must. If you're just joining us, if you're one of the new folks that we saw today, typically there is always a chance I do pop-up streams on Tuesdays, Tuesday evenings, unless I am traveling, because my laptop cannot really handle streaming. 'Tis unfortunate, but 'tis the way it is. Let's go ahead and put the lights on this thing, too. We have enough power generation, I think we can keep our lights on. You guys can actually see it. Because, of course, we're doing our maneuvers on the dark side of the planet, which is tradition for this channel. We only do things on the dark sides. Also, I will say, if you guys want to check out my last Kerbal stream, I am pretty proud of getting my Kerbals home from Bob. Like I said, it took a double gravity assist from Laythe to throw me out of the Julian system, and I'm just super happy that it worked. Because even with all the fuel I brought those guys, it was not a guarantee that they were coming home. I had to really, really be careful with my burns and be basically far more efficient than y'all have ever seen me be. Okay, let's come out here and let's check our circularization. Okay, there we go. Boom. It's not perfectly circular, but I don't really care that much on this guy. This guy's job is just to get there. Okay. All right. I'm going to let this guy align to, what's it called? To normal, which is kind of my normal storage system for these guys. And then he is going to live that way until we boost him out to what's it called? To Joule. Since these are all stackable, I'm going to extend these guys so they'll have better, what's it called? Better communications. All right, I'm pretty happy with that, everybody. Sorry that took so long to build both those guys, but we were building these rockets from scratch. We're practicing and playing with a couple new concepts with these guys. So I wanted to see if some things that we'd thought about in the past, including like ejectable tanks on like these nuclear interplanetary stages would work. So yeah, I just built in some new stuff to these guys to try. And hopefully we're going to be able to put kerbals on Tylo and Laythe very soon. Well, we have kerbals on Laythe. Hopefully we're going to be able to get them back. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to F5 because I'm really happy with where we are right now. And let's head back to the Space Center. Let's make sure our electric charge on this guy is topped up. Okay. Now, we have kerbals. We're going to have kerbals that need to transmit science soon. And we're bringing kerbals home while we farm what's it called? An encounter with Jewel, or a transit window with Jewel, because we're going to have to do a lot of long burns possibly at the end of the stream to get these guys all kicked out towards Jewel. And instead of my former plan where it was, oh, I'm just going to fly into the Julian system and see what encounters I get, and I'll name the missions once I know where they're going, we're going to have to be a little more careful with our timing because we are looking for specific encounters now. The rocket we just launched needs to go to Tylo. The rocket we launched before that has to go to Laythe. They are not interchangeable. They are each built for purpose. So let's go to our tracking station and start working up to that encounter. We do have our ELU mission heading out towards ELU, but that is 4 years out, so I think we have plenty of... We're not going to be... The ELU astronauts or kerbonauts are not coming home basically forever. So you can see our system. We have a lot of deep space missions flying around right now. These are kerbals that are coming home. These are kerbals that are coming home far earlier. That Val exit from Jewel was extremely inefficient. These guys are going to be coming in mega fast, by the way. I'm actually really a little concerned about their re-entry. The BOP edition rocket, which is right here, those guys are coming back quite a bit quicker. So we should see them... you can see their encounter with Kerbin right there. We should see them... Oh, that's actually really cool that they be launched that far out. I'm a monster for thinking that maybe I'd like to see that happen, but we're not going to do that. So they're going to do a burn here that's going to put them on their final trajectory to get set up. That's my nearest burn, I think. Let's take a look at this real quick. It is. So let's see which comes first. Let's see if I get the Jewel encounter or the Jewel transit that I want, or let's see if that burn happens first. So we're going to start time accelerating. You can see all the signals and everything I have breaking and entering. Everything's talking to each other. This is why I launched all those comm satellites in the beginning of this game, because I wanted to have the dream, of course, as you all know, was to have a Kerbin system where no spaceship is ever, under any circumstances, in the dark. Okay, and we're just watching Kerbin come around. I don't need to consult my my transit window map, because I do know that for Jewel and Kerbin, we're looking at about 90 degrees of separation if the sun is the vertex. So we're going to bring... It does look like we're going to do our big burns out to Jewel first and all of our fuel launches. It looks like all this is going to happen at once. So that's okay. We'll go ahead and get set up. These might be some slightly long burns, but as soon as we're done with them, we'll have kerbals coming home, which is always exciting. So let's go ahead and let's get that lined up. We might be leaving just slightly either early or late, but I am okay with that. So let's go to Real Laythe Rescue Lander, and let's get that sucker turning and burning first. Also, I said this earlier, for those of you still watching, I am really enjoyed the flight simulator stream that we did yesterday, so I am pretty sure I'm doing those pretty much every week now on Saturdays, because that was just mega super duper fun. I forgot how much I love gliding in that game, even though the gliders, like the battery situation on them is a bit scuffed. Which I may go into my game files and edit that. I think you can. I may go edit that because I want to be able to glide for the proper amount of time, which I think is like 18 hours. And actually do some like super awesome cross-country gliding. Alright, here we go. Let's get... I want to be on the far side of Kerbin. We're going to add our maneuver, and we're going to go beep. Oh, this is going to be a long burn. Oh my god, this is going to be a long burn. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, everybody. You know what? If we're going to do a burn this long, let's make it matter. Let's do this proper. You know what? We'll do that, and then at the ascending or descending node, we'll make this burn proper. It's going to be a massive one. I'm a little sad that it's going to take that long, 20 minutes. I didn't intend to sit here with you guys for 20 minutes. So if you're watching this VOD later, this is going to be the part of the video that you skip past. I will not be sad about that. Yeah, we're just going to have to do it. The other one was 25 minutes. These are going to be 20. There's no way around it. We're just going to have to deal with it. So, we're going to line up. And we're just going to get it done real quick. I'm okay with that for now. We're going to do we're going to assign an immediate like burn to change our trajectory slightly, and then we'll get it done once we're moving. So let's come around. I've never done a burn this long in this game, so we're going to have to figure out something we do while we're burning. So I'm going to set this thing to its burn, and we're just going to chill. This would have been a perfect day if I'd set it up to have another scene set up where we could literally sit here and just watch memes. Like, but sadly I don't have that set up currently. Something for next weekend, I promise. I'll have an emergency meme set up so we can chill and watch memes together when we do long burns. Alright, we're going to come around the planet. And get aligned. Basically, yeah, as soon as we're not pointing at the planet, we're going to light her up. Alright, here we go, everybody. This is not the way I wanted this to go, but sadly we're doing it. These rockets were supposed to be a lot more efficient and smaller and better, but we're just carrying so much weight to get out to Joule that they are just not that efficient. I could do physics acceleration, but physics acceleration is just like, oh my dear, it has never worked for me, and it has always ended in absolute unmitigated disaster. I just can't believe this is such a long burn. Like, all the other craft, like, I sent much bigger craft out to Joule, and the burns weren't nearly this long. I mean, this isn't even the biggest ship I've built. I suppose I've got a lot of Delta V up top, but that's, you know, just reasonable. For me, that's a reasonable amount of Delta V to carry to Laythe. And my original Laythe mission is only like 1 kilometer per second short of the Delta V required. But yeah, everyone, if you're watching the VOD, skip this part. I'll like put a break in at the end of these 2 burns so that you know it's or all these burns so you know that's the time to rejoin. Okay. Well, what else can we do while we're burning? What can we speak of? I haven't watched any of the major news for deep space or any of the updates for rocket launches this week, sadly. I know that several had happened. I believe there is a new rocket coming out of China that is basically a Falcon 9. I feel like there's may not be that many ways to solve that particular engineering problem. So it's very, you know, Falcon 9-esque. Let's go ahead and extend to this antenna just so we have a little bit of a boost in our antenna capability. But yeah, I think it is very Falcon 9-esque from what I understand, because, you know, once again, recovering rockets is the new hotness for space travel, is being efficient, recovering your rockets, doing things like that. Now, the nice thing that's going to happen, I hope, eventually, is we're actually going to come out into the sun and be able to see this rocket. This is the one thing that's kind of sucky about nuclear engines, is they're just not quite the most efficient things. Also, we only have 4 kilometers a second in this thing, which is a little bit low compared to what I normally do. So, when we get to Joule, we're going to try to come in very efficiently. We're going to try to basically sling around Joule with a small braking burn and come straight into Laythe and burn at Laythe to slow down. This is a one-way mission. Like, this rocket is never designed to come home. It will probably just live around Laythe as a fuel depot and relay. So, you know, it's slow, it's inefficient, but this is the way it shall be. You can see we are slowly but surely beginning to boost away from Kerbin. The burn is going to be long, and because of the huge time and the actual, like, we're already past our node, we're probably not even going to get our proper encounter. We're probably going to have to do a burn on the way, so this won't be my most efficient mission. We're also probably going to start to overheat these radiators eventually. This doesn't give me a lot of hope for the next rocket we launch, because it is even going to be less efficient than this one. But I'm hoping that maybe there's some gravity assist we can do with the Julian system that will help us. Because that rocket doesn't... Once again, these are... A lot of these rockets, these are one-way missions. There are no kerbals on board. Nothing on this rocket is ever coming back. I'm probably going to, you know, ditch parts of these either into Laythe or Joule's atmosphere. The other thing I forgot, and I may do it later in the game, is I've never actually sent any sort of craft into Joule's atmosphere to get the science there. So we may do an eventual mission once I have my network, my relay network fully set up around Joule. We may do a quick mission where one day we throw a craft into the, you know, the maelstrom that is Joule's atmosphere. I think, and I want to know something here. Let's come in here and take a look. We might be doing something we are doing something stupidly. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to shut our engine down. We're going to kill this maneuver. And we're gonna... go back here. Because it's only an hour. Our orbital period's only an hour. So we're gonna come back around and we're gonna do this again. We're gonna do a multi-stage burn to make this thing more efficient. And the MUN is messing with these burns. That might be why they're so difficult. Now we're good. Okay. We'll just come back out, get our encounter again. Okay, there we go. So we're just going to do a quick another burn. We're going to come back around and burn again when we get back to our proper orientation. Not ideal, but it's much more efficient than what we were doing. So we'll come back around. And we will get nice and lined up. Okay. Here we go. We're just going to do another burn. And we will just multi-stage this because it is way, way, way more efficient than doing this all at once. It'll drop our periapsis a little bit, but the Oberth effect will begin to help us there, so we should be good either way. Not the most exciting part of this stream. Once again, this is the part you fast forward through. I am a little concerned about capture at Jewel. I'm really hoping to get a nice gravity assist when we get there. Yeah, I'm really hoping to get a nice gravity assist when we get to Jewel that will help us land this sucker, or capture this sucker, because I think we're going to be pretty, you know, this does very much feel like a truly one-way mission in the worst way possible. I'm very concerned that we may not even have enough Delta V to capture at Laythe now, but I didn't want to launch any more fuel than I needed, and we are, you know, we're running a huge amount of fuel right now. Okay, here we go. Oh, I didn't know you can enable staging on docking ports. That would actually really help some of the other rockets I built. Next time, everybody, next time we'll take care of it. But we are making progress on these big burns out to Jewel. Boop-a-doo. I had promised, or I had said that I was going to, for the other landers, I was going to do everything off stream. But since we're here, we might as well get this done. I'd love to have this done before I, you know, travel for work this week. I just didn't really think that these would take this long, you know? Plus, we still have 2 more craft that we have to launch and burn towards Jewel with, which are going to be Fuel Depot 5 and 6, I think, or need to be launched out towards Jewel. And I know the burns for them take a second, too. So this might just be like a 1-hour burn-a-thon, so we can just get everything done and do exciting stuff soon. We do have kerbals coming in 378 days, which I'll probably have those kerbals come in before this stream is over, and we'll land another set of kerbals. We'll have another, like, 6 kilometer per second re-entry, which is always exciting. Still about 11 minutes to go. Now, we do have a 2-day, what's it called? We do have 2 days for our orbital period now, 4. So I think we're just going to let this sucker keep burning this time. We only have about 1 kilometer a second to go, so horrifyingly, it means that each kilometer per second is about 10 minutes with this dumb rocket that I built. But hopefully we will be okay. So we're just going to get this done. And then, oh, you can see Minmus out there. Ever so carefully, if you look, there's Minmus right there. It's a little black dot. I don't know if you guys can see that if the resolution's that good. There's a little bitty black dot right there. That's Minmus. Okay, we're leaving orbit. Finally. There's my escape. This is progress. Now we're just going to keep on burning. There's a piece of debris that we're flying by. Tylo lander delivery. Oh, that's my other large rocket sitting out there. That's pretty cool. He's going to have to burn soon too, because he's going to be following this guy right out. Man, I hope this works. It's going to break my little VTuber heart if this doesn't work. You know, I want to get those kerbals off of Laythe. I want to get these kerbals down and back from Tylo. Like, my little VTuber heart is just going to break if this doesn't work. Oh, that's good coffee. And I never mean for these streams to go this long. Like, I'm always like, it's going to be like a 3-hour stream. It'll be fine. And here we are at 2 hours and 34 minutes, and I'm like, I still have another, like, 20-minute burn to do. And then I want to get some kerbals back. I am excited to... Part of my excitement for travel this week, though, is I've been playing through The Witcher 3 quite a bit. I've talked about it. And I made it to Novigrad, and I'm very excited because I'm going to take my Steam Deck with me. And I'm going to get to do some actual, like, just focused gaming during the evenings and during the days where I just sit down and I just pop the Steam Deck on and I just sit there and I roll through The Witcher. Because The Witcher is, like... So far, it's one of the best video games I've ever played, but I've never gotten to finish it. I've tried to start it twice. I've never been able to finish it, and I'm really excited to just sit down and game for a while, you know? Oh, hey, you left. Well, welcome back. Welcome to the Death Burns. You had a trombone? Oh my god, you have left for a trombone lesson and come back while I'm doing these two stupid burns. So you play... Are you joking, or do you actually play the trombone? Like, that is the question. Because I actually have... Oh, you actually play it. I've always wanted to play a musical instrument. I want to learn how to play the hurdy-gurdy. It's like a dream of mine. Like, the hurdy-gurdy is like a huge dream of mine to learn how to play because I find them to just be fascinating instruments. Yeah, the big problem is cost. Hurdy-gurdies are kind of expensive. And lead time. So there's only a couple people in the entire United States who make hurdy-gurdies. And so when you buy one, it's like 6 or 8 months till you get it. You know? Because they build it for you. Alright, on our next burn, we're going to see if we can... I know you can buy a kit, but I want to buy, like, a really, like... I wouldn't say, like, a nice one, but, like, a really super professionally built one that I know will last the rest of my life. Because, if I decide I'm going to start trying to play the hurdy-gurdy, my thought process is, gosh darn it, I'm going to do this thing. You know, I'm going to put my all into it. I'm going to get lessons. You know, I think it's such a neat and cool instrument that I am, like, committed to it, you know? That's one of my big bucket list things, is I want to learn to play a hurdy-gurdy. Okay, we're still burning out there, folks. We've got about 672 meters per second to go on this burn. I'm going to try to tweak the next burn so it's a little more efficient. But this craft is going to go to Joule. We're going to also get a... I should also, like, really quickly, why is this not a target? There we go. At this descending node here, we're going to set up a burn that's going to make us nice and efficient on our system entry. And we're going to try to line up as quickly as we can an encounter with Laythe. Because, yeah, this sucker is inefficient as AF right now. You can see our, what is it called? Our radiators are getting very hot now from trying to cool down these nuclear engines. As we push ourselves away from Kerbin. We're actually picking up so much velocity, you can actually see us, like, moving away from it. We are really beginning to pick up some speed here. But yeah, the hurdy-gurdy is up there. For bucket list things, of things I want to learn how to do, because I think it'd just be really fun to learn how to play. How much thrust do these guys have? Oh, they only have, yeah, 60 kilonewtons of thrust. Tons of specific impulse, just no thrust. You know, the Nervas, I don't know if they've ever, or the Nerve, I don't know if they've really ever told us how these things work as nuclear engines, because they only use a liquid fuel, which, if they're nuclear saltwater engines, which were talked about quite a bit in the 60s, they basically use, like, beryllium piping and, like, uranium salt suspended in water. And you have, I think it's beryllium, yeah, that prevents fission. And you have, like, veins and everything in all the pipes, and then when they hit the actual reactor of the engine, the piping and veins switches to, like, graphite, which, as we all know from, what is it called? Chernobyl, is a neutron moderator. And immediately you begin to get fission inside your combustion chamber, your fission chamber, which generates massive amounts of heat and evaporates all the water that your uranium salts are suspended in. And you can get, like, exhaust velocities that are just, like, fractions of the speed of light. That are, and this was thought about quite a bit early on in space travel, to potentially be a way that we could go to Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. It was being spoken of right around the time that the Orion program was also a thing. Alright, we're getting pretty close here, everybody. We can see that apoapsis slowly moving further and further away. So we're going to get there pretty soon, and then we will be ready to rock and roll here. So yeah, these burns are just going to take a little bit of time, unfortunately. I tried to build these second two rockets much more efficiently so that we wouldn't have to worry about large burns like this. Oh, hello, Shangaroo? Shangaroo. I'm going to call you that, Shangaroo. Unless that's wrong, and then feel free to correct me. Welcome to my stream. You have come on at an exceptionally boring time, and I'm sorry for that. We are burning rescue missions out to Joule, and they're a little bit heavy, so they're taking a long time to burn. So we're just sitting around talking. Feel free to chat. This is probably the best time ever to do so, because I'm bored, you're bored, we could talk about a great many things. I was actually talking about how I really want to learn how to play a hurdy-gurdy. It's one of my short-term, like, goals to start learning, and a long-term goal is to be good at it. You know, I could literally do hurdy-gurdy streams where I played the hurdy-gurdy for everybody. I could play some of that cool music from The Witcher, bringing it back to something else I was talking about, which is that I've been playing The Witcher a lot recently and really enjoying it. Now, the one other thing I'm very concerned about is I was going to build a rover to drop on the Laythe to get my kerbals from one lander to the other. I think at this point, with how long this is taking, those poor little kerbals are just going to walk. They're going to get their exercise in. They don't even need to wear space helmets when they're on Laythe because it has a breathable atmosphere, so they're just going to walk. As soon as we get ourselves an encounter here, we're just going to nab that encounter, set an alarm, and leave this thing to fly. And we're going to try to get set up for our next burn, which is also going to be huge, to get our Tylo lander out to Tylo really quickly. And then, like I said, before we get done with the stream today, I'm bringing kerbals home. Like, the kerbals that we're on, I think it's Bop, are coming home. They're going to land. We're going to get a very, very fast, very fiery, very cool re-entry. We have another satellite. What is this satellite? I'm trying to figure out where... We have so many things flying right now. That guy? This guy is heading out towards Elu, and he's going to rescue my Elu astronauts and be a comms satellite. He's going to live there after this, which that's very exciting. Because those Elu guys have been out there for I don't know how many years. Like, a great number of years. We are still burning. This has not been the most efficient thing ever because we're not really burning in our perfect direction right now. That's a cool eclipse, though, by the way. Because these burns took so long. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can supercharge this burn a little bit. There we go. Let's just see if we start burning towards our velocity vector now. Truly, if we can get a encounter with Jewel, and then we'll worry about everything else when we get there. Because, yeah, the inherent inefficiencies of doing these super long burns are not great. Let's bring ourselves back to pointing at our target here. Let's see if we can build some more efficiency in there. Come on. We're getting there. Sorry for the wait, everybody. Once again, if you're watching this on VOD, just skip this part. I'll probably put that in the YouTube description as just like, skip this to this. You know? Alright, come on. We're almost there. Come on, give me an encounter. There we go. I'll take it. Not ideal. It's not perfect. We're going to take it. Okay, where's our descending node at? Let's add a maneuver here, 97 days from now. We're going to double-click on our target planet, and we're going to come in here, and we're going to do this really quickly. Okay. Yeah, there we go. You can see those orbits that we come by the planet and we pass by it again. I believe those are known as gravitational keyholes. And what those orbits do is if you pass by a specific spot, you're basically guaranteed to get another encounter with a world. Oh, we're going to come in really off plane. I do not like that. That is no bueno, everybody. Especially because we are trying to get that Laythe encounter, yo. We want to meet, we want to hang out with, we want to go hang out with Laythe. Okay, I'm going to bring this in tight. There's a Tylo encounter. That's convenient for another craft. Ain't gonna get much better than that, everybody. Okay, now we want to make maximum use of what's known as the Oberth effect. The Oberth effect, you want to be as low as possible. So we may actually do another adjustment burn on our way in. That'll largely depend on whether or not we can farm a Laythe encounter. So let's go ahead and align to this burn really quickly with this obscenely stupid spacecraft that I've built. The other thing I'm going to do really quickly is just to help myself out. I'm going to grab that and I'm going to put enable staging. And I'm going to make that its own stage. I think I just really screwed up my... Well, yeah, I might have to do that because we may be in some trouble here when we get to Laythe. We'll see. I will leave that like that because I think when we stage there, we'll get what we need. Hopefully we won't have to, but we'll see. So now we're going to go ahead and go to... Let's go ahead and F5 because we're really happy with that. Let's go to our Mabobber here. Let's go set an alarm. This is Laythe lander orbit adjustment. We're going to apply our changes. Bang, that's our next thing. All right, we are done with that. Let's go to... Let's see if we're from this distance, if we can focus view Kerbin. Let's get down to Kerbin, and we need to find real... Okay, those are both called Laythe Rescue Rocket. Real or Tylo lander delivery. That is... No. Unset target. Switch to. Okay. Here we go. Now we're going to have to do one more huge burn, unfortunately, everybody. And then we should be done with the mega burns today. This one, though, won't take as long because we got 700 meters a second left in this core stage, which is going to give us a nice kick out of orbit. So, one thing we're going to do, too, is I think this is actually the more efficient way to do this. We're going to burn... Yeah, we're going to burn this. We're going to add our maneuver here. We're going to burn out this way. I think this is the most efficient way to do this, but I'm not sure. We shall see. I want to set you as my target, and we'll open this maneuver back up. We're just going to... Okay. Okay, that's what we're trying to fix right there. So we don't want to go out and then in. So let's grab this guy and just see if we can... Maybe we burn out this way? What does that do? It gets us a lot closer, way more efficiently. So let's bring this back down in. We do not need to have that much oomph. Okay. So let's... Oh my god, 22 minutes, you're kidding me. That's just about as efficient as I can make it, too. That's brutal. That is brutal. here's what I'm gonna do. Let's see if we can, let's see how slow we can go here. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll see by burning at different times. That saved me a minute right there. And that's about as good as we're gonna get, everybody. Yeah, we're gonna have to call that good. All right, let's get a line to it, and we'll just knock it out. It's gonna be a long burn, everybody, but you know what can you do? And we're trying something very different with this rocket that I don't even know if is gonna work. So, as you can see, this rocket, like the other one, is massive. I'm carrying a crap load of Delta V out to Tylo because Tylo has gravity very similar to Kerbin. The problem is there is no atmosphere to slow you down, meaning that, you know, parachutes don't work, you know, just drag isn't a thing, so you have to burn all the way down. I think you can go very low orbit. I think 10 kilometers is a stable orbit, so you can start very low, but it is a very, very, very big, you know, ask to burn all the way down. Now, the other nice thing is, since we know that we're not going to use the lander that's attached to our Tylo orbiter right now, we can pull all the fuel out of it. And just set it up to be our an impactor. Which impactors are always fun because, you know, impact. Okay, let's make sure we're going to be facing the right way when we come around. We will be. So these two craft are going to take wildly different paths to get to Jewel because I'm starting my burns at very different times. Once again, trying to farm for some efficiency and lower burns. So we're going to get this sucker lined up, and as soon as he is clear and not aiming at the ground, because I don't like to do that, here we go. This guy's burn is going to be a lot, well, it's not going to be quicker, but we're not going to have as long of a burn because we're already going to take down about a third of the burn right there. We're going to kick that, our core stage away, and now we are burning for Jewel. Okay, there we go. And now we're going to push, everybody. This is just going to take a while. This 21-minute burn. I am sorry for the wait. If you want to talk about literally anything right now to make this go by quicker, feel free to sound off in the chat. And we can just chill and rap about all manner of interesting things. Tell me what you guys are doing, because I'm sitting here watching paint dry. Also, apparently a lot of people watched my VOD for Flight Simulator, so if any of you are currently watching, thank you so much. I didn't know if that video would do, you know, and when I say a lot, I mean it's a lot for me. I got like 16 views in like a few hours on that VOD. And that, you know, it does feel good to see people watching the stuff you make. Because I did some cross-country gliding, which is something I really enjoy doing in that game. I really like cross-country gliding. I'm actually going to look up online and see if there are ways that I can refill the batteries so I can fly like a reasonable amount of time, and we might be able to do like a gliding trip one day on Flight Simulator where we fly like a nice long flight I actually also did a really fun, if you want to see a cool flight that I did yesterday, I took the Dark Star from Groom Lake, Nevada, Area 51, out to Honolulu. And there was some excitement at the end of that flight because there was a runway that I thought would be there that was not there. And, but that was a very fun flight to just kick the Dark Star into high gear and fly, you know, from Nevada to Hawaii in 27 minutes, which always feels cool. I think another big stream I could do if people want to see it is maybe we do an around the world flight with the Dark Star on stream. You know, we set up all of our stuff, we land, we refuel, and we just, you know, we keep flying until we get around the world. That would be kind of a fun stream. It would suck if I crashed, because if I crash, I don't really want to just respawn. I want to do it all in one go. And landing the Dark Star, if you watched my video yesterday, landing the Dark Star is kind of scary. It really wants to be put on the deck, and you can't really flare that much or you'll tail strike. Alright, we're going to be... This craft burns exceptionally slower compared to the other one, though we are carrying a lot more weight. We're slowly building that apoapsis out. Slowly trying to get out of here. There's a little moon interaction happening there. That's pretty cool. Slowly but surely, it takes just a little while to get out there. Like I said, these landers are heavy. Thankfully, we'll never have to do burns with these landers again, and the craft that I have out at Jewel are much, much, much smaller, the return craft, so the burns to get home are never that big, especially because we'll be looking to get some gravity assists on the way out of the Julian system. So we're just going to let this little guy keep on burning. And then we'll be launching 2 more fuel depots in rapid succession, because they are going to head out to Jewel and be the fuel depots that will get our motherships for our kerbals that are sitting out there waiting home. So we're going to have 4 big launches today. We're going to have a really cool re-entry that'll probably happen very close to the end of the stream, and then we'll be done. What else is going on? What else can I talk about to burn time while we sit here and wait for this darn thing to finish going? Oh, if you're just joining, I am experimenting with detaching tanks on this big rocket. So when the fuel in these tanks runs dry, we're going to eject them. That should make the rocket lighter, you know, and make it more. And I also just realized that I attached these to the wrong tanks. This thing is going to get really wibbly-wobbly when we detach those tanks. We may not do that yet. Oh dear, I just realized that I did that. Oh gosh darn it. It's always something when we get out here. But the concept is when we detach these tanks, this rocket will get much, much, much less, you know, it'll get more efficient because we won't be carrying empty tanks around with us, which is what we're looking for. And the flow priority that I set up here is actually working. We are holding our liquid fuel in the parts of the rocket where we need to keep all of our liquid fuel, and we are just burning these drop tanks first. You see all sorts of gravitational interactions happening as we start pushing our apoapsis out towards Jewel. Wondering if I can just aim this way now, and if it'll help us burn a little bit quicker. Let's find out. I think it's helping. We're not necessarily burning exactly towards our maneuver, but we are just getting our velocity out there. Oh my god, these burns take forever. Why do I build such dumb spacecraft? You can see the Mun there, getting ready to eclipse us. See, our radiators are very quickly beginning to heat up. They are going to be red hot by the time we finish this burn. What else? Yeah, sorry for all the dead air, everybody. I did not realize we were going to take this long on these stupid burns. I also cannot believe I did that wrong where I attached those to there, because that is just gonna kill our structural rigidity when we tear this thing, or when we let this thing drop. I could auto strut if I wanted to, I think, at this point, but we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna let it. We're just gonna deal with our mistakes and hope the rocket doesn't tear itself apart. You know, maybe once we get oriented for our braking maneuver at Joule, we'll set this thing up to start breaking apart and getting more efficient as it goes. Because, yeah, these 4 big tank sections are set up to eject when they're empty. I was so proud of myself when I made that, too. Yeah, because I could have run those from there to there. Dang it. Well, what can you do? Let's head back. Let's turn her back this way a little bit. Give that maneuver node some love. Okay. We're still building this apoapsis out here. This is 13 minutes to go, apparently, everybody. Oh my god, this burn is the worst. I can't believe I'm actually holding viewers for this. You know, if you do see this on VOD later, please skip this. It is okay to do so. I've never actually quite had this many missions going at once before, though, so it is interesting. I've never had the Kerbin system look like this with all of these very big, deep space missions that are out there doing their thing. I'm also really excited. You know, the BOP Edition rocket should arrive near the end of today. We'll probably get our BOP rocket and our Kerbals back down. I was hoping this would be a short stream, but it's pushing long. So I'll have to spend the rest of my day doing laundry and prepping for my business trip, which, I hate going on these trips. I'm also going to not a very fun place. It's not a bad town or anything, there just isn't much to do there, and from what I understand, we're going to be working nights, which is never fun. So it's going to be very cold. Okay, time warp. So my issue with time warping while under physics is I've had too many bad experiences under physics time warp. Like, it always does something weird, it never works quite right for me, and if I was near the beginning of this burn, maybe I'd try it, but I was too afraid to. So now I kind of just want to stick it out, Shangaroo, because, like, it's if I mess this burn up now, I would have to start all over again. You know, and we've already, you know, we put, what, 10 minutes into this horrible burn already? Perhaps if I need another long burn for, like, braking or something, we'll do an autosave and we'll try some physics warp. Because, yeah, this is taking a very long time. But we're almost there. The last burn we did wasn't actually as long as the maneuver said it would be. I don't think this one will be either. Because at this point we're just trying to burn that apoapsis out to Joule. Which I'm actually just going to align with my velocity vector and burn now, because if we can get out there, we can get our, we can build our encounter and just be done with it. The next two rockets don't take burns nearly this long. It's like 3 or 4 minutes per, and then they're gone. These two rockets are just very heavy with not as much thrust. I should have put 8 engines on them instead of 4, but I was trying to be efficient and not carry any more weight than I needed, because I, like my Laythe and Tylo rockets are out of fuel. Like, I think my Laythe rocket has like 500 meters a second left in it. There is no fuel in that machine. So it's like, those kerbals are screwed if I don't get as much fuel as I can out to them. And while these rockets were never meant to be fuel depots, the concept is if I have anything left over, even if it's 100 meters a second, I can dock up with them and get the fuel to those kerbals. We're getting there. The nice thing about Joule and doing missions to it is the sphere of influence is so large that you're always going to get an encounter. You know, if you're anywhere in the vicinity, you're going to get an encounter. So we're just going to keep pushing a bit here because we're going to get there. Like, this burn is taking a very long time, but it's going to work. I mean, the honest-to-God efficient thing might be to do is to kill this burn and just put a burn at the periapsis here and, you know, add a maneuver at our periapsis and just burn from there. But we'll brute force it a little bit. We still have a kilometer per second left in this stage, and then we have 1,800 kilometers a second to help us slow down when we get to Joule, which I had a Tylo encounter. Still burning, unfortunately, but we're almost there. We're getting there. We're almost there. Sorry, everybody. Like I said, the burns are going to be long today. There was just no way to prevent this, except for being smart and making my rockets more efficiently. But there was no other way to prevent this. That's okay. We'll just keep our burn going. We did have a Tylo encounter for our Laythe rescue mission, so I'm hoping a Tylo encounter might be, you know, an option for this mission. Because it'd be great to come around Joule and drop right into a Tylo encounter. That would be the most efficient way to do it. Tylo has such high mass that in the Julian system, I think it has one of the larger spheres of influence of all of the moons. Still burning, everybody. We're going to brute force this now at this point. I just need to get this encounter. I had originally intended to do these burns off stream with the other two rockets I built because they were going to take so long, but I thought that these rockets would be more efficient, so I was like, oh, I'll just do these burns on stream, you know. It won't take that long. It'll be like 4 or 5 minutes, and we'll just laugh and yuck it up while it happens. And that was not the case, unfortunately. That was unfortunately not the case. These are like freaking, what is it? What are they called? Ion engine level burns here. And I did one ion engine on stream and committed to never doing them again. We've lost all semblance of like efficiency here. Now we're just trying to fire and get it out there. I'm hoping that we just see that encounter very shortly, you know? Like, we're still building out. We should get there here in a second, and when we do, we're gonna be where we want to be. Kind of wondering if, yeah, we should kill it, exit, and try to get a burn at our periapsis. We'll see. So we're just not really adding a whole lot of delta V very quickly now. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I have a plan. Because this is a disaster. We're going to add a maneuver right here. And see if we can just... at periapsis, which should be more efficient. We'll get it this way. There we go. That's going to take 14 minutes. Screw that. Alright, you know what? We're just going to go back at it. I'm just going to keep burning. Alright, sorry about this, everybody. We're just going to have to burn for a while. There's no cheap, easy way to do this. I thought we might be able to do it, but sadly, no. I'm not even burning with a maneuver node anymore. We're just going to burn until we get our encounter. Like, we're going to add velocity until we get an encounter. It is happening. We are getting burn time. I don't know why these burns took so long. Like, these are... I guess these are heavy rockets, but they're not, like, the heaviest that I built or sent out. Like... so I'm a little shocked that the burns are taking so unbelievably long right now. I'm not quite sure. I'm really worried that I may have changed a setting or something, because, like, my fuel depots are pretty heavy, and they do not take nearly this much time to burn out to Joule. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take the risk here because Andahat suggested it. We're just going to ult... and we're gonna do that. Andahat suggested it. We're doing time acceleration, and we're gonna try to burn this sucker out there. Oh my god, it's still gonna take forever, but it is going a lot quicker. Come on. Come on, that's more reasonable. You can see the... what is it called? You can see the... When you start getting... Oh, blah. The apoapsis grows faster the farther out you push it. So, from the periapsis. So, we're now looking a little bit better. Andahat, you win. I used physics acceleration to get this done. Because, ugh, this would have taken forever. I mean, it's still going to take a long time, but we're reasonably going to be... We're going to have our encounter at the next minute or two, and then we just need to do a little bit of an orbital adjustment, and we'll be good to go. Almost there. Almost there. Come on. I believe in us. Any encounter is good at this point. Any encounter is good. And if I don't get one, I'm gonna cry on stream. It's possible. Oh my god, there we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yes! That's all I want. Ugh. All right. Really quickly, let's set up our... Let's go ahead and time accelerate out of the Kerbin system. Oh, we're still... Okay, there we go. Let's time accelerate out of the Kerbin system real quick. Okay. And I don't know why it's showing it there. That's a 5-year. Where's our ascending and descending node on the current orbit? You know, it's going to be close enough to here, so we're just going to call it here. 58 days, add maneuver. There we go. Okay. Let's double click here. Okay. I'm going to come out here, and we're going to really quickly... Not a whole... We do not need to add a whole lot. That's where we're going to have to add a whole lot is our plane change. Which makes this a 4-minute maneuver. Okay. Okay. What we really want here is to get nice and tight into the planet. Just like that. Very nice. Okay. Oh no, we want to be closer than that. Okay, that's close enough for now. Now what we want is we want to bring this out and we are looking for an encounter. We want to hit Tylo. I want to keep just bringing this flatter and flatter so we can get almost on plane, as close as we can to on plane. And there we go. That's going to be about as close as we can do it, everybody. We'll possibly make a second burn here once we get set up, but this is going to be kind of a long burn, 4 minutes, 28 seconds. It's going to take 317 delta V, and it wants us to eject our tanks in the middle of it. I don't think we're going to do that because this rocket's going to get wobbly if we do. So I think what we're going to do is we'll eject our tanks when we do our maneuvers at Jewel to try to get our Tylo encounter. And we'll go ahead and target Tylo when we once we finish this burn and we're on plane and we're happy with it. Okay, thank you for waiting, everybody. You guys are the best. Let's go ahead and set an alarm up. This is our Tylo lander delivery adjustment. Okay, we're going to apply changes. We have 2 more launches to go, but that rocket is built. That rocket works. We don't have to think about it. So let's kill that, and let's go back to the Space Center real quick, and let's get our other 2 rockets in the air. These rockets, like I said, they are built. I know they work. They fly great. We don't have to worry about them. We just point them at the target. The burns will be a little bit long, but they just go. And then we're going to be good to go. Like, we're sending a fleet out to Jewel to rescue these Kerbals. I could have done this in 1 launch, and I tried, and those launches were terrible. So we're just doing this with, like, a bajillion launches to get fuel out to my Kerbals, because Jewel used to be my favorite planet. It is not my favorite planet anymore. Because sending all the Kerbals out there to try to do this all at once has just been a disaster. So, man, I was hoping to get this what's it called? This stream done quicker today. I just did not realize we were going to have mega burns like that. Okay, let's go to... That's the Elu Fuel Depot, Jewel Comms Fuel Depot 1. We're going to load that. Yeah, see this rocket, everybody? It just goes. We're going to call this Joule Comms Fuel Depot 4, I think. We're going to save it. Oh no, this is just Joule Comms Fuel Depot 3 because we used a mothership for another mission to make this work. All right, there we go. Save. Let's check everything, make sure everything's right. It's not a pretty rocket. It's not meant to be a pretty rocket, everybody. It's meant to get fuel to Joule. That is this rocket's design. I actually used it to launch fuel at Elu. This rocket launches fuel at things in the Kerbin system. That's what it does. It has a ton of delta V. It's pretty well optimized. The burns are a bit long. I guess long burns are just what we do now here. But now I'm going to use some physics acceleration because now I feel comfortable because Andahat pressured me to do it and it worked. So we're going to make some quick burns here. Okay. I've launched this rocket a bunch of times. So theoretically, we should just go. Notice that it actually takes off the pad and flies, and it's not horrible. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Alright, we're gonna... Oh, I forgot that it does have a lot of control authority, so we're gonna get it lined up downrange, about 10 degrees. And we're just gonna start... I forgot this thing does wibble a little bit when it's in its current state, but that's okay. Okay. All right. We're just going to keep burning. It will go pretty high, pretty fast. Okay, at about 20,000, I want to be kind of aligned at 45 degrees roughly. And start building my orbital velocity. There we go. And there we go. We have a good apoapsis, so now I'm just going to let this thing slowly accelerate. Keep the acceleration on. We get to 50. We're going to turn sideways and just start building our acceleration orbitally. And we're just going to slowly build that until we are in orbit. Not the most efficient launch I've ever done. These rockets are very quick, very dirty. You can see up here, there is 9.8 or 9.7, almost 10 kilometers a second sitting in this rocket, because this rocket has one purpose and one purpose only. And that purpose is to bring fuel to Kerbals. I don't know why I tried to do this the other way. It was dumb. This rocket is one of my masterpieces, even though it's really ugly and dumb looking. Okay, here we go. Let's get aligned. Boom, there we go. Once again, not designed to be pretty, folks. Designed to do its job. Kick the light on so we can see our little docking port there. That's all that's on it. And it has a probe ring along with 2 relay antennas. So we're going to have a lot of relays eventually in the Julian system, which is going to be pretty nice because it means basically from anywhere in the Kerbin system, we can just bounce signals off Joule. Okay, so we're going to be 30 minutes or 30 seconds-ish on this burn to circularize. 30 seconds-ish in front of our maneuver node. I'm going to start a little bit early because we're going to have a long burn on our second, or our kicker stage, which is designed for vacuum efficiency. All right, here we go. Whoa! Whoa! That's not good. Well, we're in a spot of trouble here, everybody. We're gonna see if this thing can align itself. It's trying to. Okay, now we're just gonna gently bring our throttle up. I forgot this thing was so wibbly-woobly. There we go. Okay. Woo! Ooh, I didn't notice that. That was terrifying. Okay. Well, while we're burning towards getting our... what's it called? Our, orbit circularized. We're going to get some radiators popped open. This rocket is built for long burns. So it's got many a radiator set up on it. And we're going to call that circular, everybody. I know it isn't, but I don't care. Okay, next step. Set as target. Okay, and we're going to line here. Boom, add maneuver. Doing all that weird stuff didn't work last time, and we're just going to do this. So yeah, that's our kilometer a second to break orbit right there, done by a much faster stage than a nuclear engine. And 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my god, this is going to take forever as well, but not as long. There we go. 8 minutes, 37 seconds. Not too bad. Not as horrible as our other burns were. We're going to do it. And we're going to use the magic of physics acceleration when we do. So we're going to get aligned to this orbit. And we're going to get our fuel kicked out towards Joule. And then we'll try to farm an encounter. One of these has got to go to Laythe, and one of them's got to go to Tylo. And then we will be ready to go. Also, everybody, I'm always taking simulator and what is it called? Simulator games. Games like this. I'm always taking suggestions. Kerbal Space Program 2 is on the list. I just kind of want to finish my ultimate mission, which is to put a Kerbal on every body in the system before I switch to Kerbal Space Program 2. That's kind of the dream, you know? Okay, we're going to get nice and aligned with our maneuver. We don't want to be facing the planet because that scares the poop. Okay? And here we go. I think what we're going to do is we're going to let this large stage burn down real quick, and then we'll kick off. Once we're on nuclear engines, we'll fire up our physics acceleration and get this sucker done. So I should have 2 dishes on here. Everything should be working normally. This is not a complex spacecraft. Okay. This will take just a second here, folks. We'll go about through half this burn on chemical energy, and then we will drop to our much more efficient nuclear engines here, and we will just physics accelerate through this. Because I, too, am as impatient as you guys at this point. I want to burn some kerbals up on re-entry. Which I'm concerned because I'm also going to have to do a couple of adjustment burns before we can burn those kerbals up on re-entry. Just broke orbit around Kerbin. Alright, here we go. Alright. I should have F5'd before this, but whatever. Okay, and we are burning out to Joule. Boo, boo, boo. This one's going a lot quicker than the other one. I'm not going to say that Anda Hat was right, but I'm going to say that they were right. Almost there, everybody. Now, theoretically, I feel like Tylo and Laythe are going to be two of the easiest moons to capture at, so when we get to Joule, we should have tons and tons of fuel left to give to our kerbals. That's the hope, at least. Okay, I'm going to drop this back down just so we can get our, what's it called, our encounter, and I want to make sure I don't miss it when I shut these engines off. Also, you know, time acceleration and, you know, changing time acceleration really hard under burn can sometimes cause, you know, it angers the Kraken. All right, here we go. Almost done. There's our encounter. Go ahead and burn the rest of this burnout and see if we can just get our encounter to be as close as possible while we're here. Alright, we'll call that good. How close are we? We're not terrible. Alright. Let's go to our descending node. It's a 5-year. Okay, we'll just time accelerate out away from Kerbin. There we go. Let's add our maneuver. Bang. 103 days. All right, here we go. And we'll add a little bit of negative velocity because we're a little bit farther along than we want to be. And this is where these burns get expensive, is we have to do a small plane change here. But that's okay. We're looking for either a Laythe encounter or a Tylo encounter. And frankly, getting either of them on either of these right as we enter the system would be just awesome. Super cool. All right. Coming in really wild there. Okay, that's all right. Bring this in. All right, I think that's the best we can hope for right now, everybody. So let's go ahead and let's tighten this up. I want that orbit to be as close as possible, and we're gonna rejigger this after we do our burn at the descending node. Okay, so let me go ahead and come back here, make sure I'm happy with it, which I am. Do this. Fuel, Joule, fuel, depot, 3 adjustment. 1 more launch, everybody. Just 1 more. As we line up another fleet to send to Joule to save Kerbals. Alright, so there's this guy. He's looking good. He's aligned to his orbit. He has good connection. We're looking good on our electric charge. Everything's working well. And this is a happy spacecraft. And yeah, it is actually something I'm proud of, is how simple these fuel depots are. It is literally just what you need and nothing that you don't. They are just really simple. They are designed to just dock and deliver fuel to stranded kerbals. I've got one of these on the way to Elu right now on like an 8-year mission. Okay, let's head back to the Space Center. Let's get this final launch done. And I don't know, we're gonna go today until I can get another set of kerbals home. Like, I meant to stop earlier, but we're not doing that. So we're gonna go until kerbals are home. And then I will go pack for my business trip. Oh, and it was Shangaroo that suggested Time Warp. Sorry. But yes. So we're going to go back to the vehicle assembly facility. And we're going to quickly assemble or quickly launch another one of these Wibble Wobble rockets. And we'll just deal with the Wibbly Wobblies and get it done. Okay, Jewel Fuel Depot 4. Save. Overwrite. Okay, I'll double check everything, make sure I'm happy with it. I am. Okay, let's go ahead and launch this. And we will have, yet again, another fleet heading out to Jewel. This time, when I first launched all these, I had like 5 or 6 ships flying to Jewel all at the same time. It was so cool. They were like in formation flying out to Jewel, and I was like, oh, this is the dream. This is playing Kerbal at max level. And then I got them all out there, and all of them ran out of fuel. And it was like, oh, this is brutal. So it's like, I feel like people pop in and leave because I've been doing this stream to try to get, or streaming to try to get my Kerbals back from Jewel for the longest time. Like, I just want my poor little Kerbals to be safe. All right. One more. This should be the last one. Okay, let's get angled a little bit down, downrange here. There we go. In the lore of my Kerbals, I did build this rocket kind of ugly, because my thought process is the proud people of Kerbanistan were like, screw it, we just need to build a rocket to get these guys out of here. So they built a very, very ugly rocket to get fuel out to all parts of the system. Because the Kerbals that are at Jewel and Elu don't know that they've been abandoned. They don't know that this wasn't part of the plan all along. You know, they were lied to. All right, let's start getting moved over. I like to be at about 45 degrees when we hit 20,000. Okay, there we go. A rare daytime launch for our space program here. Switch over to orbit. Throttle back a little bit. We have more than enough Delta V to do what we're doing. Okay. And we're going to be at 50,000 soon, so I'm just going to lean this rocket over a little bit and build our start building orbital velocity. Set this apoapsis at about 100, or when we get to 70,000, whatever comes first. Because we're going to try to do this one a little more efficiently than we did the last one. As the last one was just not quite as efficient as I like to do these burns. So we're just going to wait till we get to 70. There is about the way I like to do it. Okay, Okay, let's add our maneuver. Bring this sucker out. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and get aligned to that. While we're aligning, we're going to go ahead and boom, deploy. I love doing big clamshell bearings. I think that looks so cool. Okay, here we go. Deep breath. Last one. Okay, this is a burn time of 55 seconds because we are, once again, way more efficient on our burn there. So we're going to wait till we get to about 30 seconds, maybe. Give ourselves a little bit of time here because, as you guys saw, we had a wibble-wobble attack there. The Kraken was hungry, and we only barely just managed to keep him at bay. So we're going to go ahead and wait here. We'll time accelerate just a little bit up to that point. Yeah, we can start it right about here. Yeah, you can see the rocket taking up some of the force there. So we're not going to use full thrust. Just going to gently add the power in. I'm going to throttle down just a little bit right before staging. So the rocket can relax. There we go. Oof. Now we can do full thrust because this rocket does not produce that much thrust, so it is okay. It is very efficient. It is a very good vacuum rocket. And we're saving just as much fuel as we can here because that way that'll make our burns out to Joule much shorter. Okay, waiting to get our circularization. Boom, there we go. All right, I'm happy with that. Okay. Zoom out. Set our target. We're going to get this one done fast. Beep. You got to make the noise. It makes it more efficient. Beep. And I think this will... Because we're going out pretty late now. This is probably going to be our last reasonable encounter with Joule that we can get right now. Okay, we'll take that. Let's align to it. And that's about an 8-minute, 33-second burn. Not too bad. Once we've staged, we'll time accelerate the rest of it to get out there. Now that I'm more comfortable with it, they fixed that since the last time I've played. It's much better than it used to be. Okay, we'll get that adjusted, and while we're waiting, we're going to go ahead and get our radiators extended. These guys can also supply, they have a 4,000 unit battery on them. The concept is that while they're docked with craft that are in deep space, you can do all your science transmissions for your mobile processing labs and everything without concern of running out of power or having to allow partial transmission or anything. These guys just straight up allow you to, while you're docked and refueling, to transmit your science. So they do serve one other purpose other than the one they were designed for. All right, let's time accelerate around. And let's get lined up. And as we come around, basically the moment it doesn't look like we're going to hit the planet, we will start firing. Because that scares me. So we're going to come around here. There we go. And we're going to light her up. All right. One last super long burn today. We have a couple of adjustment burns that'll be a little bit long, but nothing we can do for that. I promised we're putting kerbals on the ground today, and I mean it. We're putting kerbals I will not stop until I have kerbals sitting on the ground today. Because everybody's been very patient and kind and supportive as we've been trying to save our kerbals. So I'm very excited to get them safe and sound and on the ground. So we're going to let this guy burn. These guys you don't have to be as mega efficient about, which is really nice because they are, you know, they have 10 kilometers a second of fuel in them. The plan is eventually to send one of these to Moho. Or at least two of them, actually. The concept being that I'd like to have fuel depots in orbit around Moho before I start sending kerbals there, because I have had disastrous results trying to get to Moho. Okay, we're going to let that settle for just a second. There we go. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. Alright. Let's go ahead and zoom out. And we'll do this. Alright. And we're just going to burn for Joule real quick. Now we're using time acceleration because I'm no longer afraid of it. And we're going to get this burnt. And then we will we'll set up our encounter, like at our descending node burn, because we're going to have to plane change with all these rockets. We'll probably do all those plane changes in super quick succession and line up our rendezvous. And then we'll drop some kerbals in to Kerbin's atmosphere at about 6 kilometers a second to end the stream with some fireworks. That's always nice. You know, it's always, you want to end the stream with an explosion or near death. Excitement, you know. You guys bought the whole seats, but you're only going to need the edge. Okay, I'm getting encounters with something and I just scared myself thinking, oh my god, it would be terrifying if I hit the mun on exit from this system. Frames a second am I getting right now? 29. Why am I only getting 30 frames a second in Kerbal? That's really weird to me. Huh. Okay, we're almost out there. When we get to about 100 meters a second remaining, I'm going to kill the time acceleration. And we'll do the rest of the burn at normal speed, just so I can get that very, very tight encounter. I mean, I'm not getting mega good encounters no matter what, because we're plane changing, but, you know, it's nice. Okay, I'm going to do the last 100 meters a second here at normal speed. Which we're going to have about 8.25 kilometers a second left in this thing when we're done here. So we will have plenty of fuel to bring to our intrepid kerbals. Kerbals, another thing I've learned, kerbals are heavy. Like, they are heavy. I don't know if it's the game, you know, I'm sure it's the game accounting for the snacks that they have to carry and life support, but man, kerbals are heavy. Okay, that's an encounter. We're getting some weirdness, but we have our encounter in 3 years, which is what we want. I'm going to move us out of the Kerbin system to set up our next burn. Okay, this is not good. I'll tell you what we're going to do to fix this. We're going to line to this, and we're going to mess up this encounter a little bit, just so we can stop this insanity from happening. Well, dang. We're going to add a maneuver. We'll just do it here. It's not going to be ideal, but we'll just get it done there. Okay, let's start. Okay, this is going to be an expensive one because we're not, I think, doing it in the right place. But the kerbal wackiness for orbits is really affecting us here. Okay, bring that in. There we go. And now we're going to start bringing it up. This is where these burns get expensive and where they get long, unfortunately. We're looking at, what, 3 minutes for this one, which is unfortunate. But, you know, you want to get it... This is where you do it. See, part of the reason I think a lot of my kerbals ran out of fuel is I did a lot of these burns, these big ones that I needed, near the apoapsis on their way in. And the way to do it would have been to do it at the ascending or descending node. And I think because I didn't do that, I created a scenario where, you know, we were, what is it called? We were burning way more than we needed to. And that increased burn rate was not good. All right, come on. I am willing to burn all of the kilometers per second to get this done. All right, let's start making these changes small. Okay, we're going to come in off plane here. This is not good. Maybe we had the wrong ascending node. So what we're going to do actually here is we're going to spoil this entire encounter and see if we can actually get this better. Okay, I'm gonna throw this burn away because it's acting weird. We're gonna see if this ascending node works better than the other one. That might. That looks to be more accurate. All right, let's try this one. Okay, that gets us a bit more with a bit less. Okay, that looks like it's going to put us right close where we want to be. So let's go ahead and tighten our orbit up to the planet really quickly. And I would love to get either a Laythe or a Tylo encounter on any of these, but it does not appear that that's going to happen for us. That's okay. We'll go ahead and target them once we've... We'll play with targeting them once we've got these encounters set and we're happy with how we're going to break and capture into the system. So we're going to bring this down. Is there just no way we're going to be able to get a good, like, on-plane encounter with Jewel on this one? Am I going to have to plane change near Jewel? That would be the worst. That would be the worst, I say. Here we go. Nice and tight. Okay. Now that actually looks a little bit better. So now we can wiggle that down, and that ain't too bad, folks. Oop, oh, we lost it for a second. Let's... Hey, look at that, everybody. There we go. It's not as efficient as I would prefer. That's going to take a hell of a braking burn at Laythe. But I think, you know what? I think we might take this. Let's see if we can make this work the way we want it to. I mean, if this works, it'll be a miracle, kind of. But I believe in miracles. I listened to that song by the ICP about magic and miracles. All right, you know what? We're going to leave that there, and we'll do a small adjustment burn on the way in to tighten that up. But that right there is an encounter with Laythe that we just swing through the system and get. And we can do our braking burns. We can tighten everything up when we're ready to tighten things up. So let's call that done. I mean, we can do burns here to get that to be a super tight encounter. I think that's perfect. It's going to be a 1 minute 53 second burn, which isn't too bad. Let's go ahead and zoom out. And let's put an alarm on that. And let's call this Fuel Depot 4 adjustment burn. Okay, we're going to apply our changes. And these are all of our burns for all of our craft. This is going to be the kerbals we're sending home. So we're going to have to do all these burns real quick, but then we'll be able to do a burn and throw some kerbals at Kerbin, which will be exciting. So I'm pretty happy with that. Let's close this. Let's check this craft out and make sure he's happy. He seems pleased. Turn our light on there. There we go. All right. Let's go back to the Space Center. Let's set up the first set of these adjustment burns. Let's get these kerbals going to where they need to go, because I think it's the Laythe lander or the Tylo lander that we're going to burn first for. And on either of those, we're going to have to be very careful on our encounters. And the plan being, we're going to try to farm an encounter after we get these burns done and get them on plane. So we can do what we did there. We just swing through and efficiently we land, or we fall into Laythe's orbit and we're done. So let's go to our tracking station. Boop, 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 boop. Are we there yet? Yeah, totally. Just hop out. We're getting there. We are getting there, folks. I know it is a grand thing. All right, real Laythe rescue lander is 89 days away. Tylo lander delivery is 52 days away. So that'll be our next burn. So let's go fly that sucker and get this burn done. It's going to be a long one, everybody, once again, but we'll time accelerate hopefully through part of it, and we'll see if time acceleration works okay for us. Because it did work very nicely before, so we'll just see if it works all right this time. This was supposed to be a 3-hour stream today, everybody, but for some reason when I play Kerbal, they just go long. Okay, here we go. We have 129 seconds left, or 129 meters a second. Once again, I'm leaving the tanks on this thing. I think if I eject them, this thing's going to get really wibbly-woobly. So I'm going to save, and they're not that heavy, so I'm going to save some Delta V unless we truly need it. So, we'll pop this up, 52 days. Let's go ahead and bring this out open, and we're just going to time accelerate out to this burn. You can see it's bouncing off another one of our craft in the fleet, which I always think is cool. All right, here we go. Boop. We have so much hardware flying around the system now, too, that I feel like these days losing connection is just not a thing that happens anymore. Okay, and we're going to let the game just time accelerate us right up to the point. 4 minutes, 28 seconds on this burn, so it's a little bit of a long one. Not what we wanted, but we'll just deal with it. And then I just hope we have enough Delta V to stop. Okay, we will delete and close this. And it's going to say about 2 minutes, 14 seconds. And we're actually, what we're going to do while we're waiting for this to get there is we're going to go boom. We're going to get right here. So I want to check our burn closely as we do it. So at 2 minutes, 14 seconds, we'll fire up. All right, here we go. Getting nice and aligned. And let's go ahead and see if this works, okay? Here comes our trajectory very nicely. We'll click that and just keep that open. And we don't, yeah, this is Tylo. We have to go to Tylo on this one. So we'll try to set up some kind of encounter when we get this nice and close in. Okay, making our burn here. Throttle way down here and just tighten this up. Because I'd really like to see a periapsis in the 2s. Because the atmosphere is 200 kilometers-ish, so I'd really love to see a periapsis in the 2s. Just like this. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2. There we go. Boom. All right, here's what we're going to do now. Set as target. Okay, we might actually be able to do this. Let's go ahead and add our maneuver here. And we're just going to... Okay, sadly, we are not going to see a Tylo encounter yet, folks. Yet, I have a plan. I know how we get our Tylo encounter with maximum efficiency. If we can make this maneuver go away. Okay, we're going to zoom out. And we're going to make an orbital change. Let's say right here in 33 days. Let's make a change. And what this change is designed to do is delay the amount of time it takes us potentially. Oh dear, that makes a huge difference. We're just going to make some slight orbital adjustments. That moves us further away. There's nowhere away we can increase our velocity. What if we radialed? Now it looks like we're stuck here. Well, okay. That doesn't work. What if we do this? We're just gonna drop ourselves into that orbit right there. And then what we'll do is we'll hope that Laythe won't mess with us too much, and we'll try to farm an orbit out of that. That's a 600 meter per second burn, so that's not too bad for a capture. And I think what we'll do then is we'll start trying to farm an encounter with Tylo. It shouldn't be that hard. Famous last words. So let's go ahead and get this done, and we'll set this up and put an alarm in. I don't think we're going to be worried about this. Yeah, this is 2 years from now. I don't think we're going to be worried about this on the stream today. But I think this will be something to do. So we're going to call this Tylo Lander Delivery Joule Capture. I always like to put what craft it is because I sometimes forget. So that's 2 years, 368 days from now. And we are done with that craft. Okay, what's our next maneuver? 15 days is going to be... You know what, we'll just go back to the Space Center. It's like one more loading screen, but whatever. All right, we're going to leave that guy there. He's happy. That's one burn down. 3 more to go. And then we're going to put kerbals back to Kerbin. So slowly but surely, everybody. We're almost there. I know it's taking a bit longer than I had initially hoped. I thought this would be a 3-hour stream today. I did not realize we'd be doing these mega burns. The fuel depots will burn a lot faster because they're so much smaller. So we're going to Space Center tracking station. And eventually I'm just going to get an alarm that's like, hey, you need to jump out to that ELU mission and take a look and actually set that thing up for an ELU encounter because it is still out there. On its way. It's been flying for, I mean, on my list of crap that I have flying around, the ELU mission is... It's out there. I can't even find it. ELU comms is still 3 hours or 3 years away, unfortunately. So let's go ahead and I think, what's our next one? 36 days? No, we have something 15 days out. Fuel Depot 4 is 15 days out. Let's get that sucker taken care of. Yeah, so this is going to be a short burn, pretty quick. And we're just going to see if we can farm a encounter. I think the other one has an encounter set up with Tylo. Or it could be this one that has our Laythe encounter set up. So we're going to see if we can tighten that Laythe encounter up a little bit. It's taking a very long time to load because I have so much crap going on. All right, here we go. Awesome. You can see our fuel depot sitting here, floating along in the void. Okay, 15 days. 15 days. This is the one. So let's zoom out. Let's go ahead and focus view. Yep, and there's our Laythe encounter for this one. This one is going to be... This one's the one we're happy about, because this one's going to give us our optimum encounter. So we're going to watch the music of the spheres here for a second. 1 minute, 53 seconds. We may not even time accelerate this one. We may just let it burn, because this one's got to be precise. Okay, just warping up to our maneuver here. Okay, it thinks at about 57 seconds we should burn, so I think that's a good thing to follow. Let's go ahead and time accelerate up to that. There's 1 minute. Come on. All right, here we go. All right, here we are. Let's get it done. And yeah, this one, since we're going to be precise, I might not time accelerate through. I'm just going to let this one happen. It's not a very long burn, so... You can see that periapsis coming in right there. I don't even really care about that one. Normally I'd highlight it. But frankly, all I truly care about is Laythe. Our little planet Laythe here. Happy little Laythe. You can see the stranded kerbals in orbit and the stranded kerbals on the surface. Just waiting there desperately for someone to come rescue them. I'd like to think that those kerbals have plenty of research to do down there. They've been here for years, so they'll be experts on the Laythe environment when they finally are allowed. I mean, when they leave. Okay, we're just going to let this burn keep going. We can see our periapsis for Joule coming up there. And then we'll probably put an adjustment burn in the into the periapsis here, or maybe on the way into the system. We'll do a quick adjustment burn to line up this plane and get this periapsis as tight as we possibly can, so that we can get a very efficient capture burn at Laythe. Very pleased that this is actually working for this one. I was hoping at least one of these I'd get one of the encounters I wanted. Okay, we're getting pretty close. So what we're going to do now is just slow way down and bring this up and get it. We just don't want to overshoot it. Okay, and we're going to watch this trajectory line begin to bend the way we want it to. We'll go ahead and highlight this just to make sure we don't impact Joule, which is never a good thing. Already a little concerned about it. It doesn't look like it's doing what we want it to. But it might. Here we go. It's going to pop back out, I bet. Yep, there we go. Okay, and we're making, you know, burns here of now we're trying to fine-tune this by less than a meter a second. Here we go. Close enough. We'll take it. All right. Now we're going to throw a burn on the way in. Let's call it right there. And that burn is going to be to make our adjustments for this. So let's go ahead and go in here And I think the burn will need very small adjustments to get what we want here. Yeah, we're looking at 1.5 meters here to get pretty well on plane. And then we're going to dial this in. I think the atmosphere here is 55 kilometers tall. What orbit is this in? It's in a 60. So we'll bring this into a 60. 39, a little too close. 57, we'll call that good. And we'll do our capture burn right there. So that is going to be that burn. It's only 1.8 meters a second. And then we'll do a capture burn, which is probably going to be pretty expensive because Laythe doesn't have the most mass in the world, but that's okay. So we're going to add this. We're going to call this our Laythe, fuel. I don't even know what fuel depot this is. Depot 3 Laythe adjustment. Fuel depot Laythe adjustment. That's just what I'm going to call it. We'll figure it out when the time comes. Okay, so we're going to apply the changes. Boom. So we're building up all these burns that are going to happen as we enter the system. This guy looks happy. He's chilling out. Look at him go. All right. Back to the Space Center for the next 2 more burns to go, everybody. And then we're going to be re-entering Kerbals. Thank you for your patience. Oh, thanks for the W, by the way. Yeah, I feel like that was a win. I feel like we were efficient there. Once again, my last stream at the very end, I did a double Laythe gravity assist to get my bop mission back towards Kerbin, and I've mentioned it. This is the 3rd time I'm mentioning it because I'm very proud of myself. Okay, here we go. 2 more to go. Tracking station. Eventually, I need to run a what is it called? A rover over to that obelisk and get that science there too. I also have spoken about potentially, if in shorter order, if I can get the rest of, because all I'll need once I get these Kerbals back from Jewel is I'll need Eve and I'll need Moho, and I'll put Kerbals everywhere. I did promise one of my followers. We're in science mode. I did promise one of my followers that I will do an ultra close approach mission on the sun. Because, you know, you can get like a 600 kilometer orbit there. So I thought I'd try that. And then I think another thing is if, you know, everything else happens in short order, we may go try to find some of the fun little Easter eggs that are hidden in this game. 2 years, 32 days. Okay. 20 days. Okay. Boom. Let's go get this one. Let's see if we can get that Laythe encounter with this one too. That would make this very efficient. Then we don't even have to worry about Laythe anymore. But yeah, this is science mode, but I've unlocked everything. I have like 26,000 science right now. My other thing is I'm trying to see, by the time I get all the Kerbals landed on and back from every single body, I want to see how much science I have. I haven't really tried to go to different biomes or anything. I'm just putting 1 flag on every body. So that's kind of how we've been doing it. Though I did do, I think, 2 Mun missions and 2 Minmus missions, just because I needed more science at the time. Okay. Let's check our vitals. Vitals are good. And we're, what, 20... And let's check this. We're 20 days out, 20 days out. Okay, we're good. Let's go ahead and set up for this. This is going to be not too long of a burn, actually. I'm pretty pleased with that. And we're going to tighten this up, and then we're going to try to farm a Laythe encounter here, which I think is doable. We only have 2 kilometers a second left in our delivery stage, and we're going to burn a lot of that now. So we're going to need to be efficient, everybody. All right, let's go ahead and get this done. I mean, I have a backup plan if this doesn't work, and that's that we're going to aero brake at Laythe with the lander and just ditch the we'll just ditch our planetary stage. We have fuel depots going to Laythe anyways, so we don't need the fuel on this thing. Okay, here we go. We're just going to let the game slow us down up to this point. We'll probably also do this maneuver in full manual mode because I don't want to time accelerate because I'm afraid I'll overshoot. Okay, and it's going to say, there we go, 53 seconds-ish, 51. Okay, so let's go ahead and fast forward to that. All right, here we go. We are aligned. Going to power up our engines and begin our burn. Highlight that periapsis. And yeah, once we have this set up, we'll target Laythe and we'll begin our attempt at getting a Laythe encounter for this guy. This makes me nervous because when I eventually do the Eve attempt, I'm going to make it like an event for everybody. And my plan is I'm just not going to stop streaming until I have landed kerbals on Eve and brought them home from Eve. That's the plan. There is, you know, that's what we're going to do. It's going to be brutal. You know, I'm not going to stop. I don't know when I'm gonna schedule it, but that's the plan. I also might, like I said, I'm kind of on my lonesome this year for the holidays. Normally I would go see family, but money's a bit tight this year, and the family member I normally go see is currently in the middle of a move, and I don't really want to add to that stress. So I am kind of on my lonesome this year, so a Christmas Day stream is a possibility. I don't know what I would stream, though. I could do more Kerbal, if people want, or I could do some Flight Simulator, or I could look through my library and find maybe something unique and different that we haven't played before on this channel. I could do Art of Rally. I would do Baldur's Gate 3, but I have Booba turned on for Baldur's Gate 3, so I can't really stream that. While there may be a lot of people that are down with, you know, even though the new Twitch meta is no longer the new Twitch meta because the obvious happened, you know, I try to avoid it. My Kerbals keep their suits on. Okay, and we're gonna, like I said, we want to bring this below, well below 1 million, and I want to see a 2 in front of there because that's the most efficient. All right, I dare not go any tighter than that, lest I put us in the atmosphere. Okay, so this is good. Let's set our target. And let's see what we can do here. Well, hang on. We had a gravitational interaction with something. I think it was our homie Tylo. Okay, let's see what happens here. Let's see if we let Tylo give us a hand. If Tylo can help us get an interaction with... Well, it could, but we'd go through the planet Jewel first. That's okay. Let's see what else Tylo can help us out with. And... yeah, I don't think Tylo helps us out a whole bunch, which is sad. That would be cool to have that additional help. Though, yeah, I don't think he helps us out too much. That's unfortunate. All right, let's bring this back down. And we'll just do that, and we'll eventually get our encounter, because not that hard to get one. I'm actually going to leave this orbit here so that we're like that.
Unless we... You know what? Let's try. Let's see if we can farm this encounter a little bit, because it looks like if we can slow down our arrival time just a little bit, we might be able to make this work. Okay, so let's see if we can do that, because the farther away we do that, the better it will be. No, that doesn't quite work, does it? Well, let's see what else we can find. Maybe there's another gravitational... Okay. Alright, here we go. Tylo might be giving us... Nope, Tylo pitches us from the system. Yeah, Tylo does not help us here. Yeah, we're just coming in at a bad time. Okay, well that's alright. We can get our encounter. We can farm it. I'm a little worried about having enough fuel, but I feel like if we do our big burn here, we can arrow break or do whatever we need to do. So let's get that set up right there where we need it. We'll add it. We'll just leave ourselves a little bit of extra. And that is going to be an 1100 meter a second burn. So we will only have about 600 meters a second left in our transit stage. Meaning that, yeah, it's basically going to be pointless to hold on to this thing. But, you know, we'll farm what fuel we can from it if we need some. If not, we'll deorbit it and we'll enjoy the fireworks. SCP Secret Lab. I know the reference to SCP. Oh, is that the game that you're recommending that I play as SCP Secret Lab? Because I do love me some SCP. Okay. Okay, I will look that up for a possible Christmas Day stream. Here, let me pop this onto my Google, and I will pop another tab open and do some research for you. SCP. I'm also really bad at it, though. So, you need to understand. Is it mobile? Oh my god, you're killing me. Could I just play Containment Breach? Like, it's supposed to be based on it. I'll take a look at it, though. I promise. And if I need to, we'll try to figure out a way to play a mobile game. All right. So there's that. Let's really quickly put our thing in here. Let's go Laythe, Lander, Jewel, Capture. Okay, we're going to apply those changes. And let's get doing this, because we got one more burn to go, everybody. And then we're going to be done. Well, not done. We still have to put kerbals down on Kerbin. I made a promise. So we're going to do that. But I will look up SCP Secret Lab and we'll see if we can do it. I'm not big on horror stuff. Even though I love SCP, horror stuff is kind of scary for me. I watched Man in the Suit the other night, or at least started it with a bunch of friends. And even that, like, analog, gentle horror stuff is still super scary for me. Like, I am not a big fan of horror games. Or horror in general. Or being scared. I'm a bit of a wuss, you know? Okay. Tracking station. We're getting there, folks. The fleet is going. Now, we already have a fuel depot going to... I think this final one is a fuel depot burn. We already have a fuel depot going to Laythe because I am a genius and I definitely just didn't get lucky. So this fuel depot, we're going to try to send to Tylo. Maybe, hopefully. Tylo has messed up literally every other orbit we've set up, so I'm hoping that it will make its presence known and we can set up a Tylo encounter. Oh, it's on Steam? Okay, cool. I will check it out and I will try to download it. And yeah, we could do a Christmas Day stream for SCP whatever it is, Secret Lab. I'm very bad at game. Like, I'll probably be very bad at it, so just be ready. Okay. I don't know why I have... Oh, I forgot. These always carry a little bit of oxidizer on them because I'm dumb. All right. That's okay. We'll carry We'll carry a bit of dead weight. Let's get aligned to that while we're sitting here hanging out. I want to go out here to focus view jewel. And I want to see, just really quickly, let's go ahead and do this. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a good... encounter for it, but we'll see what we can do. So we're going to fast forward to this. This is going to be a 1 minute, 22 second burn to drop off fuel at Tylo for my kerbals. Another long stream. Kerbal and I, we make long streams. Okay, 22, so like 41 seconds about there is what we need. So bring this down. Here we go. We're locked into our burn, and let's do it. The Julian system. This has been the bane. I thought this would be one of the easier ones to get, everybody. Getting all these moons. I had no idea this would be this hard when I started. Like, you know, I thought this would be one of the easiest parts of this. I was looking towards Eve and Moho. I did not realize that we would have such horrible problems at Jewel. Like, what a journey this has been, trying to get all these kerbals out here and back. And I mean, some of these kerbals, like next stream when we start doing rendezvous and you start seeing how long these poor kerbals have been out here, you're going to be like, oh my god, you monster. Like, some of these kerbals have been out here, guys. Like, forever. Like, the mission to Elu is it's over a decade. And I still have to figure out how I'm going to get them home, even when I refuel them. Okay. We're just going to let that come in, just like that. Come on, come around. And look pretty. Make pretty orbit, please. Okay, it's going to show us on an impact trajectory for a second here, but I think we're going to be okay. So we're just going to let it keep going. Okay, that is impact trajectory. Oh, I could find it. Like, I already found it on Google. Or are you asking to send just a general link? Because I'll take a look at what most people send me. Yeah, but I already found it on Google, so I'll go find it on Steam later, and I will try to get it downloaded before the Christmas break. Because, yeah, we'll do a SCP stream on Christmas. We can talk about our favorite SCPs. Okay. Well, there's a Val encounter. Not what I'm looking for. Okay, we're not quite on plane, though. So let's go ahead and let's finish that burn. There we go. Okay. Boom, we're done. Now what we want to do here is I want to see if I can get my Tylo encounter. There's Val trying to help me. That's actually not... Oh, that is really far off. Okay. That's an impact trajectory with Val. You're messing me up, Val. Thought I saw something in there. I know we're going to get a Laythe encounter. There it was. Okay. Everyone, there's something in here. There it is. So, we'll come in, do our burn, gravity assist around Val, and set up a burn that will put us on plane to get an encounter with little Tylo. We're going to have to do some wackiness to get this encounter to work. We're going to have to probably burn at the Val Periapsis to dial in our plane. But that right there, I mean, it'll get us to the planet, hopefully. Yeah, with gravity assist. This is why I like the Joule system so much. Despite the crap I talked about it, is you can do gravity assists at like a small scale here. Okay. Fuel depot 4 Tylo Joule capture. There we go. That is 3 years away, so we're going to apply that change. There we go, folks. It's not even doing that thing where it blinks. Like, it knows we're going to get that encounter. It's going to let it happen. And we have so much delta V in this thing that I can do the adjustments if I need to. So there we go. I am quite pleased with that. That's only a 440... that's a 440 meters a second burn, and that gets us captured in system. That will leave us plenty of fuel for our kerbals in need. Okay. Let's head back to the Space Center, and let's get ready. I think that's all of the burns for all of our rescue craft, which I promised I'd get through. Now, let's go throw some kerbals at Kerbin, I hope. I just hope they get there before we have to start doing capture burns. They should. Because I think they're falling back, and it's like less than a year to fall back in. So we will slowly but surely get this set up. Boop, 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 boop. I'm very excited because that means we can end this insanity stream and I can go eat some food. Because I'm hungry. Alright. Let's go to our tracking station. I've not even built a single airplane in this game. I've built no space planes, no aircraft. It's been all rockets all the time. Rocket only. Oh, it's, it might be... I'm gonna make a rocket plane without wings. That's technically all of my rockets are that way. Okay. Yeah, this should drop us in, and then we will have a... 1 year, 196 days. We should be able to get this done. We might have to do a vowel burn first, but yeah, let's go fly it. Let's get it done, everybody. I am ready to be done with this. I want to put kerbals back on Kerbin where they belong. See, technically, and that, if we go by that logic, every single rocket I have ever made is a space plane. They just don't have wings, and they launch upwards. I mean, I do have some plans for Eve that are going to have to be a little wacky because I don't know what we're going to do at Eve. Eve is... You either brute force a mega rocket or use a plane or something, All right, let's align to this. Let's go ahead and really quick, I bet he's full of science. Let's go ahead and transmit our science. Fast forward through him transmitting our science and make sure we have enough data. He is actually genuinely almost out of data. Like, he is... This little Kerbal scientist is killing it right now. I'm going to pop this guy open. Let's go check our experiments. Let's review stored data, and let's start throwing stuff into... boop. Okay, let's get the lab back full of data, because he has work to do. Okay, and then we'll keep the rest of these. So that gives him plenty of data to keep researching. All right, and let's go ahead and fast forward up to this burn. Check our alarm clock, make sure this is the soonest burn. It is. All right, here we go. And our target, I believe this is our adjustment burn for Urban. I believe this is going to be our, yes, this is going to be our adjustment burn to get a re-entry. As you can see, we have 691 meters a second left. The BOP mission, like, literally got saved by a double encounter with Laythe. Like, the double gravity assist literally saved them. Otherwise, they would... This is probably my most efficient mission, literally ever. So we're going to go ahead and fast forward them to this burn. And we're going to do this burn very slow, everybody, because we don't really have the ability to change it. Just enjoying the music of the spheres here as we come around. Always getting good connection. It's actually interesting that it is bouncing a signal out to Jewel and then back to Kerbin. That appears to be the most efficient path, which is very weird. It just must mean that Kerbin is consistently being occluded by something. Or the most powerful transmitter is at Jewel. Now it has a direct connection. All right, here we go. Just going to let the time acceleration slow itself down. We are aligned to our target. So here we go. We're going to take this burn real slow, everybody. Because, like I said, we are super low on Delta V on this one. Okay. You all have been super patient today about the slow burns. Oh, we missed it just a little bit, but it's only a few seconds. So we should be okay. All right. Come on. Okay, now we're going to turn the burn really down low. We want to see a periapsis of about 30 kilometers. We tried 25 on the last mission, and while those kerbals survived, they had a rough time of it. They were at like 12 Gs for a few seconds. So we want this to be nice and low. Okay, it's impact trajectory. That's okay. It'll stop being that in a second. There we go. Doesn't get any better than that, everybody. These kerbals are going home. Okay. I would love to be able to set an alarm for that. I'm going to add a maneuver here, and I'm literally... Okay, we're going to click there, and I'm going to call this a maneuver, and we're going to call this Kerbin BOP Mission Kerbin Reentry. I really don't want to call it a maneuver, but it is. So we're going to call it... I want to know days. This is hours. I want to know 3 hours before this happens. Apply changes. Because we have another... Yeah, we have another thing that we got to go worry about real quick. 216 days. This mission has less than a half kilometer a second. Less than half a kilometer a second left. For me, that is unbelievably precise. Real quick, we're going to transmit our science again here. Because we're trying to get as much science as we can while we do all these missions, even though it's useless because I already unlocked the entire tech tree. So we're going to let him transmit his science really quickly all the way down. I was hoping I could just put an alarm at that periapsis, which I think you can, but I don't want to waste that kind of time right now. I want us to be done. I'm also going to flip these guys around to normal, which I like to have them at because we're going to be doing our disassembly pretty quickly here. We do have our parachutes set up. Now, I know our parachutes are going to work because I've already basically re-entered this design because like I said, I sent basically the same craft to all the moons of Jewel except for one, the Laythe one apparently. So we know it works, and we're gonna do like a northern polary re-entry thing. It's gonna be really cool. All right, let's head back to the Space Center. Let's get this last burn done, and then kerbals are coming home. At least these kerbals. The other mission with kerbals on it is on a really weird trajectory that I needed to do to save fuel. So they're not coming back for a while, sadly. But they're coming home from Jewel. They're just not going to get there for a little while. So we'll get this burn set up. We'll get them coming home. I think this is the burn where I get them really nicely adjusted for a re-entry, something like that. And then they're going to come. They're going to be set to come home. Re-enter. Oh, my voice is killing me. We'll re-enter those kerbals and we'll call it a day. This has been a long stream, and I'm very thankful for those of you who have hung out with me. I'm thankful for the awesome advice on different games I could play for Christmas. If I do Christmas, it's still up in the air, but if I do it, I will do SCP Secret Lab. And if I can't do it on Christmas, I will. What I'll do for you guys is I'll put it on the schedule, so we'll get to play it. Okay, here we go. Yep, the mega loud birds. And I also keep turning the volume down on this game, and it never works. Okay. It should be Val Edition. 216. There we go. There's Val Edition, which I believe this is actually the farthest a kerbal has ever been. No, they're slightly... The kerbals at Elu are slightly farther away. But these guys are way out there. Like, they are in the middle of nowhere. Because I made some mistakes with them, but they're coming home eventually. The goal is all kerbals must... It's not that a kerbal can go to every place a kerbal possibly can. They have to go home. Oh, thank you for the follow, Shangaroo. I really appreciate it. I try to put a nice happy sound on there. I have a different sound that I'm eventually going to put on for my follows, but I need to go like make that MP3 and set everything up. It's a person who was, let's just say, they had been drinking, attempting to say my name, my username. It's very funny. Okay. This is only 62 meters a second, very small. First, we're going to go in here and we're going to transmit our science. Okay. The most important thing is that science is transmitted. It's almost more important than the lives of these kerbals. Okay. They have transmitted their science. They have done their duty. This one, as you can see, has very little fuel as two. We only have about 1,100 meters a second here, which, you know, for me is very little. Okay, we're going to go here. We're going to focus view Kerbin, because I believe what we're trying to get is that periapsis right there. And then we may just freestyle this burn a little bit closer so that we can bring our periapsis down to 30 kilometers. And these guys can just coast right on in. All right, we're aligned to our burn. Let's do this. Let me check these real quick. Okay. Yep, just waiting for these guys to come around. They'll have some science to transmit too when we get there. Okay, here we go. Let's zoom into Kerbin here and get this maneuver done. Very excited. Okay, and just letting the game, since I set an alarm, automatically bring me up to the maneuver. It's a very short maneuver, only 7 seconds. So we're gonna burn very slowly here. Delete and close. And we're just gonna time accelerate up into it. And honestly, what we're gonna do here really is we're gonna push past this maneuver node just a little bit, and we want to get a re-entry. So let's go ahead and just begin our burn here. I'm looking for the trajectory line, but I don't quite see it. It might be that we actually didn't have an encounter quite yet, and we needed to do this burn to get one. Okay. Becoming a little concerned about this. There's our trajectory line. There we go. Okay, we're going to hold for a second. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do something a little tricky. I'm going to shut down 4 of our engines. Try to buy a little bit more granularity. Okay, here we go. Okay. Is it scientific? Why, no, it's not. Does it work? Why, yes, sometimes. Okay, I'm going to shut down that engine. I'm going to shut down that engine. So we should only have 2 up now. And then we're just going to... Well, dang it. Let's see if we can flip around here and just tap some retrograde, and if we can bring this sucker down. Because what I really want to do more than anything is just have this re-entry set up so I never have to worry about it again. Okay. Dang it! We may have to wait till we're closer just to get a little more granularity, because we're performing surgery with a sledgehammer here, which I always say that I like to do, but it's just not ideal right now. So let's see if we can get this above, and we'll just put another burn in, and we'll take care of it on the next stream. Yep, we're going to have to take care of it on the next stream. I'm actually going to leave those engines disengaged, because we do not need them anymore, really. Okay, so while we're doing this, let's go ahead and get these guys transmitting their science. Okay, I'll let them transmit science while we set up another burn real quick. Do we have a descending node? We do. We're actually going to hit at the descending node. Okay, so let's go ahead and put a burn, I don't know, right here seems reasonable. We'll come in here, and we'll just dial our approach. See, there we go. That's more like it. Except that was not more like it. I don't know what I just did. Oh, there we go. Okay. Come on. Come on. Okay. All right, here we go. That'll be close enough. That is an incredibly small burn that we may or may not actually succeed in doing. In fact, I hate that, because that's going to mean we're going to be doing the same thing we've been doing. So we're going to move this way later. There we go. And now we'll bring it down a little bit. There we go. That will give us more granularity. Yay. Okay. So there we go. And we'll be able to basically do that burn and re-enter them at the same time. So let's go ahead and call that done. Okay. Val, mission, Kerbin, approach. Okay, we'll apply our changes there. So that's 2 years out. I could turn the thrust limiter down. I mean, whatever. It's going to work. I'll probably do that when we do the burn. That burn is going to be for the next stream, everybody. We're going to worry about that on the next stream. All right. Now, these guys have transmitted their science. Let me double check. Yep, all science has been transmitted. They still have a couple years up here. So we're going to review our data, and we're just going to add more data to this. Yep, there we go. We're going to add much more data to our lab. And I'm just going to let this guy keep on chugging along, working on his science while we farm more. All right. It's time, folks. I promised it. Switch 2. Here we go, everybody. I made a promise. We would have fireworks before this stream ended. So here you are, everybody. I'm giving you the fireworks. We're going to do what is probably going to be a well over 5 kilometer a second re-entry to Kerbin. Okay, so this is 139 days, 1 hour, 149 days, something like that. Oop. I killed that maneuver because I don't need it. Let me go ahead and really quickly see what this says. Edit. Oh, it won't even let me edit it because I killed the maneuver. Okay, cool. All right, we're going to F5 for safety. And we're taking these kerbals home. So let's head home. Now we're coming in off plane. We're going to be coming in really quickly to Kerbin. Like, I think once we get into its sphere of influence, we're all going to see that, like, this is going to probably be one of the more vicious re-entries that my poor little kerbals have ever had to put up with. Here we go. Okay. We're going to F5 again for safety. Can't even really see Kerbin in the distance yet. There it is. There it is out there. And we're going to time accelerate inside the orbit of the Mun, which is typically what I like to do on these. And we'll start our disassembly because we're going to be coming in. We're going 4.2 kilometers a second right now. And we're about to be going a heck of a lot faster. So we're just going to time accelerate in. Let's go ahead and just for safety, he has all of his science done. Let's transmit our science. Okay, we're going to let him transmit really quickly. That's the final transmission I'm going to allow him to do. Okay, now we're going to go here, open these. I want to go to this. I want to go to this one, and I want to go to use stored data. I should be able to say collect all. Collect all. Okay, just to make sure if there's any more data on the entire craft, it's all going to go in there. There's going to be some data in here that we're going to lose. Nothing I can really do about that. I mean, I'm not really going for mega science anymore, so we're going to transfer crew. Transfer, put him in there. Research is stopped because we don't have a scientist present. That's okay. Okay, we're going to close up this, and we're going to get ready for this. These guys have been flying for 10 years, everybody. This is my first 10-hour or 10-year mission. So you can see Jeb there, Bob, Bill, the originals, the OG, the trilogy are ready to come home. This ship they're on has been their home, and now they will watch it die a Viking funeral. Okay, first. Let's focus. Come on. There we go. Let's double check my periapsis while we still have a slight chance to change things. Okay, we're going to F5 for safety. And here we go. Okay, delete and close. Now we're 3 hours out from this, from the periapsis. See, now I can do it. Now I can actually get my alarm set, which is what I wanted to be able to do. All right. And I mean, they are booking now 4.5 kilometers a second as they fall deeper and deeper into Kerbin's gravity well. Okay, here we go. We're not time accelerating. We're, as you can see, you can actually see us moving as we come in. We're just going that fast. All right, we're going to come down to about 500,000 meters here. So about 500 kilometers. We're going to be doing kind of a polar re-entry here. I expect a lot of fireworks. Let's just say that. Okay. We'll push it a little farther. We'll go to about 300,000 meters. There we go. All right, here we are. Well, big booms you shall have. We're going to get this craft rotated into position. There's some mountains on the horizon that I'm a little concerned about. Okay, we're set. Here we go. Now we're committed. Good luck, everybody. 10 years, 194 days, and this is going to be the most exciting out of all of them. Okay, we're going to switch to our radar altimeter here. Chutes are ready to go. And the kerbals, you know, strapped into their seats, look out the window the best they can to watch the ship that carried them so far prepare to meet its end. Here we go. Here we go! Look how quickly we are dropping. We are screaming in. All right, the music has stopped. There go the nuclear engines. Those things are basically indestructible. And we are burning through a blader right now pretty quickly. You can also see our pitch meter here. They are struggling for control. This is a less intense re-entry than I did last time, so I'm hoping, like, they survive. Oh, we're getting really close to overheating something. Man, I really hope we're actually going home. Okay, they've got pitch authority back. So they're moving the craft back into its correct orientation. The camera is still changing. Okay, we are going home. Our periapsis is negative. Whew. That camera changing made me think that we might be going around for another orbit. Jebediah is really was really struggling at the controls there. I'm not playing with G-Lock, otherwise my kerbals all would have just died. All right. There we go. Heck of a re-entry, everybody. And now we're just going to kind of let them coast for a while. We've got quite a distance to fall. We did manage to get them stopped nicely. I think the next one I might align for like 32 or 33 kilometers to try to just ease these rather insane re-entries that we're doing. You can see those mountains over there in the distance. It's kind of hard to see because it's dark. For some reason, everything always happens on this stream when it's dark. But, you know, I leave the lights on so that people can still see that the craft is there and okay. 15 meters or 15,000 to fall. We're probably not going to time accelerate here until we're under shoots because I don't want to screw anything up. I'm hoping we don't land on a hillside or anything. There was, I believe, a Soyuz capsule that went off course, landed on a hillside, and rolled down. Oh, we're good. Don't worry. We got time to get those drogues out. I don't want to slow down too quickly. We're going to let her fall. Don't worry. We got time. We got all kinds of time right now. I like to let them fall. I don't want them to wait too long to get home. They've been out for a long time. Okay, there we go. We're going to turn the SAS off. Let this craft just coast down on the battery power it has. About 1,000 meters maybe, we'll kick our main chutes open. We're just having a nice, gentle ride into Kerbin. You can see the ground a bit now, mountains in the distance. Pop the mains. And there we go. Now we just fall. I'm going to get us a little bit of time acceleration here because I want to get this done. Okay. Boo, boo, boo. Just gently heading down. Oh, we are going to land on a little hill. I hope they'll be okay. All right, hang on tight, little Kerbals. Your journey might not be over. There they are. Okay, we're good. And that's down, everybody. Recover vessel. Bop Kerbals, home. Done. That's 2 of 5. I'm very pleased on that. It took a lot of work to get these guys home. Thank you for the W's, everybody. Thank you. It took a lot of time and effort to get those Kerbals back. Very happy. Let's see how much science we have. I hope it's enough, everybody. Boop, 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 boop. Just holding right now, letting it load. It's got a lot of science data to calculate because I kicked so much butt out there. Science, 30,632. Yeah! Okay. There we go, everybody. That was the bot mission. We got everything done today. We had to wait a long time for some burns. I conquered my fear of physics time acceleration in front of you all. It was an exciting day. We have a fleet heading towards Jewel to drop off a lander for... and Jeff is 10 years older. Kerbals don't age. We have missions heading towards Laythe to drop off a Laythe lander to rescue those Kerbals. We have a mission heading towards Tylo to leave a lander there in orbit that actually has enough Delta V to put Kerbals on the surface of Tylo and bring them home, hopefully. We have the Elu fuel depot heading out to rescue those Kerbals. We have a lot going on. There will almost definitely be some landings next time, lots of orbital rendezvous, and definitely a couple of burns for home. We should also expect that on our next stream we should see our vow kerbals also make it home, safe and sound. So we have a lot to do. We're slowly bringing all, because at one point I had like 18 kerbals out. We're slowly bringing them all back to get them safely home. I have to do my plugs, everybody, so here we go. Let's see if I can get them in one try. I have a YouTube channel. Please go over there and watch it. I have a really awesome Subnautica playthrough. If you want to catch up on all of the fun that's been our Kerbal playthrough, you can also check out the Twitch stream archive there. I've started playing Microsoft Flight Simulator as well, which I'll be doing next weekend, along with 2 Kerbal streams. And I'm very seriously considering playing LCP, or Damn it! Damn it! SCP, Secret Lab, tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, on Christmas. So we have lots of stuff planned. Please stick around, and thank you guys so much for watching this long. Thank you so much for your patience. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the follows. It really does mean a lot that there are people out there who want to watch my stupidity. I really don't have much else to say other than I hope everybody has a great week heading up to the holidays, and I am looking forward to seeing everybody next weekend very soon. So I will catch up with all of you soon. Thank you so much for sticking around. This one was awesome.